Look at me on time. Hello, Parser people. Happy Tuesday. Happy Christmas week Tuesday. Happy Hanukkah. Happy other holidays. I think the solstice it's either tonight or tomorrow night. I think it's important to break my Grinchness. I think we need to play some Christmas games. So I've got one. I've actually got a few. These are all recent games. These are all going to be... Nope, they're not all going to be, but they're all going to be playable on the web. I find that really neat. I think it's really important to be able to, play games easily. That's why I love those, emulator sites that just lets you play whatever. But I think what we need to do is actually pull up the game. There we go. I think what we need to do is we need to really just dose ourselves with Christmas spirit. So we're going to start with a game called Fall on Your Knees, because there's nothing more Christmassy than really, I don't know, depressing things. I clicked through to just see what the game was like, and I still don't know. So why don't we just click here to begin? There's a content warning. Oh, there's music. All right, Act 1, Sawdust. Wake up, D. You're almost there. D? Blurred vision and bleary eyes. That's right, isn't it? It just says D in the app. I don't know. The town still smells like firewood. Timber mills up at the ridge. Sawdust that scatters on the wind to take its turn in the sky before falling back to the earth. You better wake up, man. My GPS went out. Yeah, it does that around here, or I got it, don't worry. Yeah, it does that around here. Clearing frost from a window requires a sleeve or a nose, and you can't muster the energy for either. From the back seat of this car, the whole world might be covered in a layer of glass. Left at the fork or follow the trees? Follow the trees. Got it. It won't be long now. The little house at the base of the ridge. A line of trees pointing straight to your door. You're looking for a house with a plum tree in the front yard, or with a house with a dragon on the roof? Plum tree? Man, I don't know what a plum tree looks like. You'll see it. Oh, hold on. My service came back. The lights on the houses diffract through the glass. Reds and blues, Christmas lights, spilling off the gutters and down into the car. The driver's face catches a flash of yellow from a particularly extravagant display, and for a moment you can see the color of his eyes. But the car moves on and the color is gone before you can give it a name. Here we are. Thanks, or gather your things in silence. Let's be nice. Thanks. Hey, D. Yeah? I don't see a plum tree. He's right. Where the tree once stood now lies an empty plot of dirt, half covered in snow. Huh. So those choices are very non-committal. There's no oh, this is the brash answer. This is the introverted answer. It's just kind of wordless sound, say nothing, or mild platitude. It's kind of interesting. He steps out of the car to pop the trunk and looks around. Smells like something burning around here, huh? That's home. He grunts. Well, have a good one. Merry Christmas. Let's embody the Christmas spirit. He nods at you and slides back into the driver's seat. Before you make it up to the stoop, the car is gone. It's just you and the door, D, and the family on the other side. Welcome home. So this is doing one of the things that I struggle with Twine and similar to Twine games, where like this is all fine and good from a narrative perspective, but like what am I doing exactly other than clicking a link? And like that's cool, but I think because like there's a lot to be said about hypertext as a medium to tell stories, but I feel like there's other kinds of ways to use hypertext if you want to consider it a game. And I think that's a fair question, whether like interactive fiction is a game or just like a way to tell a story. I personally tend to think that there's got to be a gamey element somewhere. But that's okay, because when the door opens, it'll all happen at once. Mom and Dad, Lisa and Joe. A lot of love, a lot of questions, very little silence. Good night. Out here, in the cold, you have a moment to take it all in. The feeling of a plastic candle weighing heavy against your fingers. The smell of sawdust drifting on the wind. The taste of ash when the mill-tinged air settles soft against your tongue. Feels like something. It feels like home. It feels so far away. When you're ready, D, you can turn the key. So, like, what I would love is an option to not turn the key, or wait a moment, or something. What a light this is. The old chandelier, half loose at the base, painting its rays along the wood that lines the walls. The glow of candles casting shadows on the floor. No matter how many doors you open in your life, none feels quite like the one with the familiar room on the other side. He's turning to face you already, a smile and a spark. The glint of a glass of wine. Welcome home, D. Before you can speak, you're in the air, and the suitcase falls limp against the ground. Dad was always one for bear hugs. The clatter of plastic on a hardwood floor sends echoes through the house, and within a moment, the room is ablaze. What have they been feeding you? How's the wrist, kid? Stop, you look good, D. You poor thing covered in snow. Mom, Lisa won't let me play with her. Dee's home? Dee's home! Lisa, take your brother's bag. I always have to take the bag. Hell of a storm today, huh? So we can give the bag to Lisa, give the bag to Dad, hold on to it. Give back to Lisa. The bag changes hands and disappears, whisked away to some place beyond the kitchen. A childhood bedroom, still decorated with posters of concerts you can hardly remember. Lisa sleeps there now. The paper peels at the corners. Honey, did we pick up Dee's cereal? Is it scary to fly in the snow? I'm so glad you made it home. We have 3 choices again. It's almost thought we wouldn't make it. You haven't changed the locks yet, huh? Me too, Mom. So again, like if there's some kind of like stat tracking or something like that, like I don't know, and this is something with choice-based games too, when they're not explicit about what the stat is. Like I think with the way that you can write the dialogue, you don't necessarily need the +1 to, gruffness. I think so long as it plays out in the end, you can be subtle about it up front. Or like make it toggleable or something. These are also like not that different. Me too, Mom. Someone lit the fire before you got home. Almost an hour ago now by the size of it. It's nice. A crackling smell that settles into the woodwork. The new dining room always felt a little too clean. As Dad herds your sisters into the kitchen to give you space to settle in, Mom leans in to kiss you on the forehead. Let me take your coat, DF. This dragonfly's ready to crash. Thanks. DF, Jesus, Mom, I haven't heard that one in years. This dragonfly's ready to crash. Dad's voice drifts in from the next room. I don't want to hear any complaining about the weather, all right? Moving west doesn't mean you get to hang up your snowshoes. Smile, all right, Dad. We've got snow out there too, you know. So like we're definitely making this like path towards where we want to go with the character. At least these, I think, it's the same choices over and over. It's like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to respond, but non-committally. And then some kind of like slightly aggressive one-liner. Mom laughs and pats you on the cheek. No trouble tonight, okay? I would never, or we'll see about that. I would never. Christmas spirit, family, happiness. Keep the peace. The smell is getting into your skin now. That's good. The feeling of an airplane always lingers until something warm replaces it. You could use a little peace. Mom leads you into the kitchen where Dad is entertaining Joe with a homemade puppet of felt and pipe cleaners. Off in the corner, Lisa sits propped up against the wall with the sketch pad in her lap, trying to capture the shadows of a hanging plant. So, you're coming with us this year? Yeah, I am. I couldn't really say no. Feel like the background might be changing? That's kind of nifty. Yeah, I am. Mom smiles. Her steps seem a little lighter than usual. I'm so glad. It's been years. She glances at the clock on the wall and clicks her tongue. We better get going. She disappears up the stairs and Dad shoos Joe off into her room to change. He sets a glass of wine down on the kitchen table and pulls out a chair for you. A telltale rocking of the seat marks the time you lean back too far and sent one of its legs sprawling across the floor. It really means a lot to her, you know? I know. So again, the two choices were like non-committal, not non-committal, but like when you're trying not to say anything and then just not saying anything. She tries to let you make your own choices. She really does. And we want you to be your own person. But it means a lot to her. I want her to be happy on Christmas. I already agreed, okay? No, Christmas spirit. I want her to be happy on Christmas. He nods. I know this is a big deal for you, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But it's not really about the religious stuff, you know? She just wants you to be a part of the family. I know, say nothing, take a sip. Yeah, so I know. With a grunt of effort, Dad eases himself down into the chair across from you. God, Christmas Mass. How many years has it been? 10, or I'm not sure. 10. He swirls the wine in his glass and gazes aimlessly at the ceiling. 10 years. You beat my streak. I only ever made it 9. Smile or don't react. So, like, again, we're doing this non-committal, like, Not even I'm going to actively keep the peace or don't react at all. I'm going to smile. Anyway, he stands up and stretches. I had better go get dressed. He takes a few steps up the stairs and pauses to lean back over the railing. I mean it, D. It means a lot. And then he's gone. The hissing of the radiator muffles the sounds of speech, and you can only barely hear Lisa and Joe arguing in the next room. Only the occasional word insists on being heard over the relentless sound of an old, warm house in the winter. You've got a little time to yourself. After all, you flew in your church clothes. Christmas Eve in a Catholic church, a buttoned shirt and pleated pants. The kind of tradition that your mind forgets, but your body remembers. When Dad called you last week and asked you to come, you weren't sure what to say. It's hard to imagine that old church is still standing, way out there at the edge of town, down in the valley where the lights wink out. Might as well be a dream. But it was important, he said. She misses you, he said. You don't have to believe in anything, but this means something to someone you love. When you put it like that, it's hard to say no. Now where it's so in a familiar place, however uneasy, is a small price to pay for family. And who knows? It might still be beautiful. This is tugging personally on feelings that I have about the holidays. And I don't know, I appreciate that being spoken of. A flash of orange erupts from the far wall, and the sound of a crack splits the air around the fireplace. The metal grate that guards the fire glows from behind as a shower of sparks blooms up from the flame. So Dad never fixed the tear in the ventilation. At least that hasn't changed. So, very nice on the background. Joe wanders out of her room and poses in the doorway. A glittery dress and a clip-on bow tie. It's hard not to smile. Come here, kid, or don't you look fancy? Don't you look fancy? She covers her eyes with her hands and bounces into your lap and lays her head against your shirt. Her dress sparkles in the light of the chandelier. How long are you staying this time? Not very long or long enough. I'm going to say not very long. Okay. 6 years old, bigger than you remember. Her head is warm on your chest. Will you count the stars with me? Of course, the stars. Down here at the base of the ridge, the houses are too close together to see much of anything in the sky at night. Street lamps and porch lights conspire to block out the sky, and anything beyond the Big Dipper is hazy in the dark. But around Christmas, the lights come out. Without waiting for a reply, Joe clambers up onto your shoulders and pats you on the head. Giddy up, D. It's time to play. You have to crouch to get through the front door without banging her head on the frame, but she's too distracted making hoarse sounds to notice. Neighs, whinnies, and gentle kicks against your side. Look, D, they're here. She's right. The house across the street is covered in Christmas lights. White, red, blue, green, and everything in between. They must have cost a fortune. In the haze of the ridge air and the cover of the snow, each one spreads to form a little ball of color in the dark. Joe is already counting. If you crane your neck, you can see her face, one eye squeezed shut, the other squinting to focus the light. Her left hand is pressed up against her forehead to sweep the hair out of her eyes. I counted them all, D. Already, how many are there? How many are there? More than ever this year. She fidgets on your shoulders. It must be, 1,000 million. Do we correct the small child or do we play with the small child? At least these are real choices. That's a lot of stars, Joe. Yeah. She drops her arms. Are there people on them? I don't know, or I hope so. I want to treat this like a real conversation with a child. I don't know. She squeezes your neck with her legs, the sign that she wants to be let down. When she finds her footing on the porch, she wraps her arms around your legs and buries her face against you. Mom says you're coming with us this year. I am Stonewall the small child. I am. She shivers in the cold. Why don't you come every year? Bad memories, it's hard to explain. I'm not quite sure. Be honest with the small child, it's hard to explain. Joe releases her hold on your legs to take one last look at the lights across the street. Lisa won't count the stars with me anymore. She says it's not what grown-ups do. She turns to look up at you and then takes you by the hand and leads you back inside. I'm glad you're home, Dee. Me too. As soon as you're through the door, Mom scoops Joe into her arms and carries her back outside. In the hall, Dad is adjusting his tie in the mirror. Mom's starting the car. Grab Lisa for me, will you? He smooths his shirt and walks into the cold. Lisa's room, your room, is in the back corner of the house, past the kitchen. The door frame still has little green flowers painted at its base, a finger painting project from a long time ago. Through the half-open door, in the mirror of the far wall, you can see Lisa sitting on the floor. Knock on the door, open it, knock on it. Lisa disappears from the reflection and the door swings wide. A glimpse of something, glitter on a shag carpet. Empty space over the bed where you once hammered a hook into the wall to hang a tambourine. The door closes with a smack and she's standing right in front of you. Mom says it's time to go. What were you doing in there? Child is allowed their privacy. Mom says it's time to go. She buries her hands in the pockets of her coat. Are you happy to be home? Of course I am. I'm not sure. What kind of question is that? Continuing the plan of just berating children. Of course I am. She pulls the coat tighter. It's just, usually you seem more excited. Usually we get to talk for a while. I didn't want to interrupt your drawing. Mom and Dad were in a rush to get to church. I'm sorry. Mom and Dad were in a rush to get to church. Pass that buck. She looks at her shoes. I know, but you talk to Joe and not me. We had to count the stars. I missed you, Lisa. Give her a hug. Yeah, no, we had to count the stars. A very small voice emerges from deep beneath the scarf where she's buried her face. I made fun of her last time she did it. I feel bad. A pause. Do you still want to hang out with me? Of course, I've been counting the days. So now we've switched into normal conversation and like going far over on the emotional. But I rather that to three choices that all seem the same. Of course. She smiles a little, but keeps her head in the scarf. We don't get to see you much. Let's go somewhere tomorrow morning, just you and me. Let's hike up the ridge this weekend. Let's be specific. Let's hike up the ridge this weekend. She pulls away and looks up at you with a gasp. You mean it? You're old enough now, I've got to pass it on. You're old enough now. Her hands emerge from her pockets to pick at the loose threads at the bottom of her shirt. You'll show me the way? You said it was your secret. It's our secret now. That was a long time ago. Hey, likes the bacon. How are you tonight? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot about the most important thing. Stuff's Christmassy. I got a Christmas background. This is all about breaking through my Grinch spirit. And we're starting with a game about coming home after a long time. Which, I don't know, maybe it's like watching the like action movie when you're all hyped. Like, all right, you know, this is genuinely like a feeling a lot of people have around Christmas. And I promise that the rest of them are not so sad, but we were playing recent Christmas games. Let me drop the link. That is the link to this game, Fall on Your Knees. But we are visiting with our kid sisters, and we have just been conned into giving up our secret path in the ridge. So our choices are, it's our secret now, or that was a long time ago. I think it's our secret now. She beams. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad about spending time with Joe. It's really okay. I understand. Don't worry. Try not to jump to conclusions next time, okay? So one of the things in this game that I've been talking about is that it's a choice-based game. So it's like, I'm pretty sure it's running on Twine. But it's a nice Twine. I mean, this background's really cool. And the fact that the background reacts is really neat. But our choices have been non-committal, and then kind of a choice that seems out of character in most of the cases. Now, I don't know if that's like by design or if there's some design thing that's like missing here, like telling me stats. I don't know. But there have been times where there's been like 3 excellent choices. Let's see what I understand though. Because, you know, I'm trying to treat this game as like being a normal person. Dad's voice bellows through the door from the front yard. It's time to go. Hey, D? A tug at your hand. I really missed you. I missed you too. She smiles. Dad calls again, and Lisa guides you back to the front door. The car is idling in the street. It's going to be weird, D. You can be sure of that. But maybe it'll be something else, too. You never know. Lisa climbs into the back of the car while Dad folds himself into the passenger seat. A gust of wind sends a shiver through your teeth. There's one seat left for you, D, and no matter what else happens, it'll be warm inside. Time for church. It smells warm in here. Dusty books and dark velvet, light streaming in through 2 long, narrow windows that vault the ceiling. Did the rafters always reach so high? When Mom took you to church as a kid, she preferred to go in the morning. Most of the year, that meant that services would start just after sunrise. In the winter, though, when the days closed in, the light might still be hiding behind the trees when you walked through the door. It was hard to pay attention. The mind is made to wander. And as the choir started to sing and the pastor's voice began to rustle through the speakers in the walls, your eyes would drift and flit about. Where else could they land but the pink in the sky? Maybe it's something about this time of day. The windows in the ceiling cross paths directly above the altar. When the sun lifts itself above the trees, the light streams in just so to illuminate the dust in the air. Tonight, though, the sun is long since gone. Midnight services on Christmas Eve. If you were outside, you imagined you might see stars. But from the belly of this church, the sky is painted black. Ink spilled on a pane of glass, and the rafters spill up into the cavern of the ceiling, waiting for the voice of God. That's enough, D. People are filtering in by the dozen. You've got to find a seat. Mom wanted to get here early. Christmas Mass is always crowded, and Joe isn't old enough to stand. Around this time of year, the church fills up with lapsed Catholics who aren't quite ready to stop believing in prayer. At least you're not alone. There are sensations in this room that feel familiar. The gentle bounce of a plush red carpet against the soles of your shoes. Green felt lining on the kneelers that fold down from the pews. Mom's hand between your shoulder blades. I'm really glad you came, DF. Yeah, me too. Say nothing. I mean, the answer is me too. The church is packed and filling up further by the second. After a bit of searching, Mom waves you over to a few empty seats on the other side of the aisle. Ooh, do we sit with Mom and Lisa? Lisa is the older daughter. Sit with Dad and Joe. Joe is the younger daughter. I think part of this is managing your relationships with your family. Sit with Mom. Lisa slides in behind you, leaving Mom at the end of the row to keep an eye on Joe from across the aisle. Next to you, a man in an untucked shirt with a baby strapped to his chest. He looks young by church standards. 30? 35? He is alone. He seems preoccupied by the baby. Every once in a while, he leans down to kiss it on the head, then cranes his neck to look toward the front door. Over time, he catches your eye. He squints. Her name is Eleanor. Oh, nice to meet you, Eleanor. Smile. Nice to meet you, Eleanor. He smiles a bit, takes Eleanor's hand and makes her wave at you. Behind you, Lisa gasps. She pokes her head under your arm to wave back at the baby. The man kisses Eleanor on the head again and lowers himself into a kneel, cradling her head to keep it from bumping up against the pew. Merry Christmas. You too. The church is really filling up now. They'll start any minute. It's been a long time since you were here. At least the building is the same. At least there are a few familiar faces in the crowd, even if you don't know their names. Ooh. I can turn myself down. Oh, I'm... There. Thank you for letting me know. I was clipping a little. At least the building is the same. At least there are a few familiar faces in the crowd, even if you don't know their names. Mom still folds her hands the same way when she prays. Right over left, fingers interlocked, palms open wide, enough for her thumbs to meet at the tip. In her notebook, Lisa is drawing dragons. She puts it down and kneels next to Mom, working her own fingers into an imitation of the pattern. At least you're together. It might feel good to pray. Just once. Even if you don't believe in it anymore. Who knows? Maybe it'll work this time. And even if it doesn't, the music will be good. A few stray instruments crammed into the space behind the altar, and a voice that fills the room. Carols and hymns, songs and prayers. It's a funny thing about being raised in the church. 10 years later, you still know all the words. When the doors close, the band begins to play. An organ, then a violin, then a flute. And when the cantor raises her hands, the congregation begins to sing. Hum along or listen. Hum along. It's dizzying, almost, to be swept up like this. The music in the air, the paneling on the walls, the smell of the pews, the kind of song that wraps itself around your fingers and settles into the spaces in your hands. In a trance like this, you hardly notice the priest approaching the altar, and you hardly notice the music beginning to fade. And it takes you quite by surprise when the sound of a clearing throat bellows out from the speakers in the walls. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Yeah, you just say along. That is what you do in church. The word is a rising tide from the crowd around you, murmured into the air by 100 voices all at once. You're part of the ocean now. The Mass begins. Let us pray. The priest lifts his hands into the air. Everyone around you is starting to kneel. This part, at least, feels familiar. Every row comes equipped with a kneeler, fixed to a hinge that swings down from the pew ahead. Its felt cover gives way to hard wood beneath the pressure of your knees. Close your eyes, keep them open. Keep them open. All around you, the congregation kneels in prayer. On your left, the man closes his eyes and presses his nose up against the baby's forehead. She stares at you with open eyes and smiles when she catches your gaze. On your right, Lisa has bowed her head into folded hands in a perfect imitation of her mother. She cracks an eye to look around, sees you looking at her, and screws it shut again. Just like you used to do. There was a church, a few months ago, that rang its bell when you passed. Out west, a few days after Amira skipped town, back when the seasons changed. Red leaves and cool winds, the curling of the grass, the comfort of a half-empty street, warm light laying itself low across the concrete, and a little church on the corner with a bell strung up to catch the wind. You might have gone inside, but you didn't. You might have said goodbye, but you never had the chance. Oh well. The seasons changed again and autumn turned to winter, and the earth keeps turning towards spring. Even now, new things are bubbling in the soil. It won't be dark forever. And even if it is, the stars are beautiful tonight. A telltale rustling marks the end of the prayer, and the speakers of the walls crackle once again with the sound of the pastor's voice. He pauses for a response. If you are not sure if you should talk, you say nothing. You must have heard this incantation a few hundred times. The priest is muttering into the microphone. The words are echoing off the walls, and all around you, the crowd bows its head as one. Do you miss being here, D? Do you miss feeling like you belong? It's been so long since... The Lord be with you. I believe... Okay. I'm like third guessing myself because I know different religions do it differently, but I believe it is and also with you. And with your spirit. That isn't what they used to say. It's amazing how quickly you lose your grip on the earth. One stray breath and you'll float away. If you aim it right, you might hit the glass in the ceiling and make a quick escape. Hello, Roger. We're getting in the Christmas spirit. We are playing Fall on Your Knees, which is all about the most Christmassy of Christmas spirits, which is coming home after a long time of not being home. And apparently the church has changed. Lisa smirks. She elbows you and whispers something about forgetting. But you didn't forget. Did they change the words? Your mouth is dry. You think you left a bottle of water in the car. The priest starts talking about sin. There's some sort of incantation, and everyone seems to know it but you. Even Lisa is doing her best to mumble along. The congregation is united in a single voice. I confess to Almighty God I have greatly sinned, my thoughts and in my words, through my fault. The world starts to blur. A member of the congregation steps up to the altar and begins to read from the Bible laid out on the pulpit. Something from the Old Testament. A prayer, not a story. Blood, peace, and a kingdom of light. There's a pause at the altar. The reader must have finished. He looks happy. Charcoal suit with a red tie. This means a lot to him. A clearing of the throat. The word of the Lord. Now I'm not sure. I think it should be thanks be to God. It is. Okay. Lisa smiles at you. You remembered this time. Don't talk, just smile. The church comes back into focus. The ringing fades from your ears. One reading flows to another, to another, to another. The words blend together, and the wind strikes the church from the hills beyond the walls. And once more, the pastor is speaking. Another murmured prayer. Mom looks happy. It's good to be here. At least the smells make sense. At least the songs are familiar. At least no one is leaving tonight. Do you miss her, Dee? Of course, I don't know. So I assume this is talking about the once mentioned Armina. Who left just a season ago. Of course. The wind picks up. In the distance, the last few leaves of autumn are shaken from their trees. No star shines forever. Bullshit or I know? Yeah, I'm going to say bullshit. The pastor raises his eyes. The Lord be with you. The last time they said, and with your spirit. And with your spirit. Peace be with you, and also with you. Funny how things change. Maybe the spirit needs more peace than the person it lives inside. Maybe they know something you don't. Maybe. Can't hurt to try. Do you remember when you used to like coming here? Strange faces, smiling, bowing in time to words that helped them carry on? So what if you don't believe anymore? What if you never did? The people in this room have something to pin their hopes on. Maybe just for tonight, you can hope with them. Maybe just for tonight, you can put aside the fear. Maybe this time it'll all turn out all right. The priest is wrapping up his sermon. The congregation bristles. You know this part by heart. There's something intoxicating about the prayer, etched as it is deep into your bones. The memory lifts itself out of your lungs and skates across your tongue. We believe in one God, the Father, the Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all that is seen and unseen. Or all that is unseen and seen. I'm going to stick with seen and unseen. Of all things visible and invisible. A single voice out of steps with hundreds is a curious thing. We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ. So, the only Son of God eternally begotten of the Father, or the only Son of God eternally descended from the Father. Well, they're using modern words. So why not eternally descended from the Father? Okay. The only begotten Son of God, born of the Father before all ages. No matter how loud the crowd, a shattering sound will always sound out against a harmony. Light from light, true God from true God, begotten not made, of one being with the Father. Begotten not made, consubstantial with the Father? Because no matter how close it gets, it could never match the chord. And no matter your fear, You can't seem to stop yourself from speaking. You believe in one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. You didn't expect to feel like this. The resurrection of the dead, a mouthful of sand and a tongue like a lead pipe. Lisa leans her head forward to catch a glimpse of your face. Don't speak. Don't. It is right to give him thanks and praise. It is right and just. That's enough. Eleanor's harness bumps up against your side as you press past her father and into the aisle beyond. Another parting and another missed goodbye. Mom will understand. She had to know this would be hard for you. Through the standing crowd and into the night outside, a difference in texture from carpet to stone. It is not your fault, D. Yes, it is, or I know. Oh, yes, it is. So I began this by talking about how, I was kind of bummed about the choices and, what felt like a lot of false choices. Even if those were false choices, I mean, this is also, very much speaking to me as a player and as a person. So, that's fair, but I feel like those choices felt much more meaningful, even in just a narrative way. It's cold, early enough in winter that a few stray leaves still litter the ground, but late enough in fall for the kind of wind that rips the warmth from your skin. Your toes curl instinctively against the frost. It's dark. They never built any streetlights out here on the edge of town. At least you can always see the stars. The parking lot stretches wide into the hills. Rows of carts extend into the sky until the asphalt meets the horizon. In the dark like this, it might go on forever. Time to catch your breath. Sit on the curb or get some water from the car. Get some water, dude. They never lock the cars out here. It's a safe neighborhood. 3 rows up, 2 rows down. A dark blue hatchback with room for 5. Mom's been parking in this spot since you were a kid. Your water is still lying on the floor of the back seat. It doesn't do much to drain the sand from your throat. Still, it's better than nothing. And the hood of the car makes a good place to sit and watch the stars. Doesn't feel like home anymore. Oh well, that's no surprise. It stopped feeling like home even before you left. But it wasn't like this. The wrong thing. Think it, speak it, feel it. Always the wrong thing. There was a place out west for a while that felt like home. Coffee machines and idle hands. The smell of fresh baked bread and baskets full of yarn. But the wrong thing came and went. And the wrong thing worked its way into your minds and under your tongues. And the wrong thing urged itself to be spoken. She heard about a problem she thought she could fix out west. Out west from out west. Further still into the unknown. So she packed her bags and we found a bus that went where she needed to go. And the wrong thing found a way to be said. Why did you ask her to stay? Wanted to keep what we had. I thought she'd get hurt. I wanted her to choose me. I wanted her to choose me. Funny, the wrong thing always comes from a want, and the want is always beautiful. A crunch of gravel breaks your reverie. A long, low shadow that cascades along the car. Holy shit, D. Is that you? The figure is too dark to discern, framed as it is by the lights of the church, but the voice is unmistakable. Camilla? They laugh. Some fucking friend you are, huh? I've been Cam for years. Oh. Another laugh. Nah, man, forget about it. It's been a minute, huh? They step forward, and a familiar face jumps out of the dark. Gray eyes, green hair, and a septum piercing. Same army surplus jacket they've been wearing since you were 15. It's good to see you, D. You too, Cam. In two different intonations. No, we're trying to be a good person. Trying to feel the spirit of the season. Hey, don't sound so excited, okay? Wide as it is, their smile is still only barely visible in the starlight. Couldn't take it either, huh? Yeah, or they changed the mass. They changed the mass. Yeah, a few years back. New translation. Caused havoc for a few months, but we all learned. They wipe some dust off the hood with their sleeve and sit down next to you. Of course, I only come on Christmas. Me too, or this is my first time in years. This is my first time in years. No shit. Welcome back. With a sigh, Cam begins to pat around the sides of their coat. This is a ritual you remember. Pockets on pockets, impossible to find anything. After a few seconds, they extract a pack of cigarettes from an unseen compartment. You want one? Answer to that question is always sure. They smile, just like old times. In the flame of the lighter, Cam's face is casting color for the first time since they wandered out of the dark. Dark hair is blooming up at the roots, small red stains in the corners of their eyes. When the flame winks out, the dark sets in, a face cast in monochrome from the dim blue light. Shadows that swallow the smoke as it unfurls into the sky. So, what's new? Moved out west. They turn to face you directly for the first time since they wandered out of the dark. When they inhale, the light at the tip of the cigarette blossoms to reveal the sparkle in their eyes. Out west, huh? Here it's different out there. Completely, in some ways, not really. In some ways. Cam takes a long, slow drag, and for a moment, the earth is still. Well, I'd like to make it out there myself someday, but I've got enough to do around here. A gust of wind sweeps through the cars and sends a layer of salt skittering across the asphalt. A few grains settle on a patch of ice at your feet. Maybe it'll turn to water sooner than the seasons intend. Cam lies back on the hood and closes their eyes. In the shadow of the church, the quiet rests heavy in your ears. What's new with you? This and that. Still working retail wherever I can get it. Bounce around to a few different places. Never seem to last anywhere for long. Everyone says I'm still finding my feet. They smirk. Most everyone moved across the river to the city. Not much of a city, but I guess it's better than here. Miles comes back every once in a while, and Elle lets me stay in her apartment when I drive over. How's Miles? With two choices, Ellie or Miles. Let's go with Miles. Man, he's figuring shit out. His dad got him a job at the law firm filing papers. He says he wants to be a lawyer now. Thought he was better than that. Is this the same Miles who got so high on Halloween that he fell down in the middle of Cedar and refused to get up? Is this the same Miles who got busted for spraying all cops or bat turds on the side of the mill? Cam bursts out laughing midway through a drag and starts coughing up a smoke. Fuck, I forgot about that. He just laid there in that stupid clown costume and told everyone he was practicing for his driving test. Feels good to laugh. Cam wipes a tear out from the corner of their eye. Yeah, he's cleaned up. So he says, same old Miles, but he's got a paycheck, an apartment, and a scented litter box for his cat. I'm happy for him. They smile and flick a spray of ash onto the ground. Should hang out again, D. I missed you. You still live with your uncle, or am I still allowed in the treehouse? Still live with your uncle. Cam sits up. Shit, D. You've really been gone for a while, huh? I guess so. The bank foreclosed on us last year. Not just him. Everyone within half a mile of the river. The whole neighborhood got shut down for a new development. Some bullshit clause in the contract that lets them cancel our mortgage for non-residential development opportunities. With the last few words, they lift their hands to paint quotation marks in the air. The fading light at the end of their cigarette bobs in the dark. I had no idea, or that's awful. I had no idea. They hunch their shoulders up and turn their face away until you can barely see it behind the collar of their jacket. The air turns cold. I don't really want to talk about it with you, D. It was a shitty time and you weren't here. But I love that house. You should have told me. I feel trapped. Neither one of these is the correct answer. Cam stubs their cigarette out on the hood of Mom's car and flicks it to the ground. Things change, D. The house is gone. Didn't expect I'd have to explain that to you. A silence. It's too cold for conversation like this. The kind of wind that works its way deep into the marrow of your bones. A carol drifts its way out of the church to settle on the pavement. At least you have each other. At least you have Ruby. At least you have each other. A thin-lipped smile. I don't need silver linings. You weren't here. That's okay, but I'm fine, Dee. I don't need you to come home and fix my problems for me. A pause in the service. The quiet is all around. I'm sorry, say nothing. No, they're being stiff upper lip is not the right call. Listen, D, I better get back inside. Looks like they're letting out. In the spire above the church, a bell begins to ring. Take care of yourself, okay? You too. They're gone. Fuck. The doors spring wide and churchgoers spill out by the dozen. Cam finds their uncle in the doorway and disappears. In the last few minutes, Mom and Dad will make their way through the throng and find you in the darkness. And then you'll have to answer for your absence. It's hard to imagine having that conversation. What do you even say? Sorry, Mom, I couldn't fuck up in church because I had to fuck up with Cam. She'll understand, of course. She always does. But the thought of seeing her now wraps a hand around your throat. You don't have much time. The air is filling with the voices of the joyful, and it's getting harder to breathe. You can make it back. You can talk to Mom. You can tell her you're sorry. You can spend Christmas at home. But it's been so very hard and so very dark out here on the edge of town. And you need a moment of peace. Just one moment and you'll be okay. A second to catch your breath. Not here, somewhere you can be alone. You know, just the spot. Everyone calls it the church on the edge of town, but that isn't quite true. The real border splits the top of the hill, whose base forms the other end of the parking lot. Up there, you can be alone. People tend not to try to make it up there in the dark. There's a story about this hill. A story about most hills. But unlike most hills, this one feels familiar beneath your feet. It's funny, you told Amira you'd take her one day. She never made it. Maybe you shouldn't have told her. Maybe you shouldn't have made promises you couldn't keep. Oh well. No sense dwelling in the past. It's time to move, D. To the edge of this lot where the asphalt turns to dirt. To the edge of the dirt where the soil turns to grass. To the edge of the grass at the top of the hill, where an old tree with wide branches might still make a perfect seat for watching the sky. How long has it been since you made this trek? Last year, a few years back, last time I went to church. The path still feels familiar. Cool grass underfoot. Stalks so long they brush up against your pants and spread dew on your ankles. Half-melted snow to mark the changing of the season. If it's as beautiful as you remember, then it'll be worth the climb. Why didn't you come back sooner? Didn't feel right to pass the church. I forgot to make time. It's dark up there. Didn't feel right to pass the church. Tradition is a powerful thing. A weekly ritual for the mornings after church. The pale yellow light of a newly risen sun. Mom carrying you on her shoulders when you were still too young to walk. Will it be how you remember? Is it how you remember, D? Does the sky still look the same? Does the wind weigh the same against your shoulders? Can your feet find the path without the aid of your eyes? Do you remember what it looks like where the sky stretches wide? Remember what it looks like at the end of the world? Most people, you later learned, don't grow up in towns at the end of the earth. A sea of stars rises up over the hilltop. A fading tree leans out into the open air. This is how the world ends. At the crest of a hill, at the edge of town, the grass just stops, and the earth fades away. It's amazing how quickly you can get used to something like this. The sudden drop into darkness, the empty feeling it brings, the long, low horizon where the blackness meets the stars. It's been like this for as long as you can remember. The end of everything, just past the church. No one even thinks to talk about it when describing the town. The only landmark they mention is the mill. The edge of the earth. Beautiful, but not too special. Plenty of things end, and the earth is no exception. The trek to crest the hill has one purpose: to be alone in the face of something bigger than yourself, to witness the creatures who inhabit the dark. God, they look even bigger than you remember. Colossal figures floating in the distance, looping their snake-like bodies to wrap around the stars. If you're careful, you can rest your body at the edge of the earth, legs over the edge, hanging into the unknown. But as a child, you were always too afraid. Maybe tonight you'll work up the courage, but not yet. Not until you have some time to breathe. It's cold up here. Your breath turns to vapor in the air and rises up to meet the creatures in the stars. Maybe they remember you. You remember them, of course. How could you forget? Serpentine forms, coils in the air, plucking stars out of the sky and shuffling the constellations around. You shouldn't have told her. Or maybe you should have. She can make her own choices, but you wish she'd chosen differently. Amira believed she could fix things. She thought the earth was worth saving. You loved that about her. But in a fight, at the behest of some petty grievance whose memory has not stood the test of time, the wrong thing burned a hole in your mind. And it found a way to be said. It always does. What's the point? It's all ending anyway. Most people, you later learned, don't grow up in towns at the edge of the earth. You had told her about the spirits, of course, but you hadn't told her about their hands. You hadn't mentioned the way they reshaped the stars. You hadn't told her that they were getting closer. Some things seemed better left unsaid. Maybe it would have ended up differently if you had gone with her, D. Maybe she'd be here if you had agreed to help. But how could you? This is just how things are. So, she heard about a problem she thought she could fix. Read about a group of people out west at the other edge who were trying to save the stars. What's the point of this, she said, if we can't stop the earth from falling apart? Come with me. I can't. So she packed her bags and found a bus that went where she needed to go. Out west from out west, further still into the unknown. Do you still believe what you said? There's no point trying to stop them. The earth changes no matter what we do. All we can do is wait. The earth changes no matter what we do. I'm sorry. Cam? Oh. I was hard on you. I'm sorry. What are you doing here? It's been really, really hard around here since you left. Not because you left, but you know what I mean. Their body shakes in the cold. I didn't want to leave things like that. Well, me neither. Say nothing. Me neither. My uncle's still talking to his friends, and we have a few minutes, and I thought, long deep breath that spills out into the air. I thought we could sit together, here, and watch them. A pause, like we used to. Yes, like we used to. Smile. So the art in this game rules. It was really subtle earlier. I like how it's used. I like the way that it acts. Like, we talk a lot about text-based games. At least 2, if not 3 of the games that we're going to play tonight have visuals. And I think that's a part of text-based games that we tend to forget about, like early Sierra games. Things like that were text parsers. Even like the updated versions that were like point and click, they're effectively text parsers. And like stuff like Adrift kind of like bridges that gap. So it's definitely something I appreciate in a game. And something that, it's one thing if graphics are the point. It's another thing if they're like a supporting actor. So I don't know. All that to say, this is very cool art. And like has me in the like world. I was kind of not feeling the first act or so, but this has been really stellar. Hey, D? Yeah? What happened to you? I fell in love. I lost my way. I don't know. I mean, the real answer. I fell in love. Yeah, I figured. A pause. Where'd they go? Away from me or out to the other edge? Don't be a sad sack. Wow. That's it. Wow. They pull up a handful of grass and toss it over the edge. Do you think they'll find something there? I think so. I'm not sure. Not really. I think so. Well, another handful of grass, an offering extended to the creatures in the sky. I'm sorry. Thanks. It was my fault. Yeah, just roll with it. Roll with the thanks. I don't think we have much control over what happens to us. Maybe not. What did she want? She wanted to stop these things. She wanted to save the world. She wanted something I couldn't give. No, she wanted to save the world. No shit, huh? I hope she does. Me too. Yeah, support people. Not much has changed for the better around here since you left. I know, or I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's why I was so hard on you earlier. It's not like you had anything to do with it. But I want things to be how they used to be, and they aren't. Long breath blossoms into the air. I don't think they will be again. Listen. Just listen. I'm afraid of them. Nod of the head, tilting towards the creatures in the sky. You know when we were kids, it used to look like they were getting closer? I remember. They haven't stopped. A shiver runs deep through your bones. Every year, a little closer. No one knows why, and with every inch, they move more stars around. Entire suns flicked out of orbit. What happens to the planets, D? What happens to the people there? I'm afraid to ask. What I'm saying is they cut themselves off. A deep breath and they close their eyes. What I'm saying, D, is that everything changes. Everything goes away. But I'd like to think that some things stay the same. They're shaking now. When the stars go out or move or whatever those things are doing, I don't know. They're so beautiful, but I don't know if we're in their plan. I think we are. We can only hope. I don't know. I don't know. Non-committal answer. Kind of boring, but... Hey, D? Yeah. When they get closer, what do you think happens to us? The stars seem so far away. A moment stopped in time. The spirits in the sky, all frozen in place with their fingers outstretched. What happens to us? Well, we'll just have to find out when it happens. So again, we had 3 choices. I picked kind of the wimpy answer. There was one that was just like, yeah, we die. And the other one is like, I don't know. They turn to face you. Can you make me a promise? What is it? When it does happen, let's meet here, back at the edge of town. A pause. I don't want to find out alone. I promise. Silence. Lights in the sky. In a moment like this, hands have a tendency to find one another in the darkness. A wind picks up from behind. You know, after all these years, I was worried things might be different. That's the thing about you, D. You still know just what to say. So I wonder how much of this is false choices and like, oh, game about coming home. For everyone who has lost a home and made a new one. For everyone who has lost their breath from looking at the stars. Yeah, this is very cool. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kira. Thank you to my mother. Yeah. This was by John Sortzi and Z Zandbergen. What now? Conceived to fall on your knees on Christmas 2017 after attending a Catholic Mass with my family. Blah, blah, blah. Just look at Soft Earth, which is another game by them. You should. This game was really good. Yeah, absolutely. Donate to community bond funds. Yeah, this was really wonderful. Definitely a strong feeling of like what it means to have, I don't know, a specific kind of Christmas, let's say. But like, okay. So that was a very specific kind of Christmas. And like, I'm okay with specific kinds of Christmases. But this was really to get in the holiday spirit. This was not meant to be sad Christmas. So I've got another game. And I think this game is a little bit more fun. It's a little bit more cute Christmassy, which I always can appreciate when I'm in the mood to be Christmassy. Hi, Fry's Acid Test. Those are some amazing gingerbread men. Happy Christmas. You just missed Fall on Your Knees, which was, I wouldn't say dark. It was just emotional. But it was actually really good, and I would really suggest playing it. Let me drop the link one more time. It's really like one of the things about doing Text Adventure Tuesday in general is that I want people to actually play these games. They're good in general, even when they're not. Maybe there's something interesting. Yeah, but that was a really good game. And I definitely want to make sure to check them out more for their other games and see what's up. But we're gonna update things a little bit. We've got The Mouse Who Woke Up for Christmas by Luke A. Jones. This is also a 2018 game. And yeah, Luke A. Jones, from what I understand, Luke A. Jones is a relatively prolific writer. 11 results, although 2 of those are not, so 9 results. All since 2016. It seems like he writes a lot about Christmas. Seems like Christmas might be really important to him. Other than that, I don't know anything about it. So this game is available on the playtextadventures.co.uk site. These are really interesting. Really love this site because it's a great place for like finding published things, but it's also, you can play online. So if you're only Parser curious, you can go online and, you know, just play a Parser game without having to worry about it. A lot of them come with saving, so it's pretty amazing. But all right, we're a mouse, and I particularly like mice. I think they're cute. I think Christmas Mouse is a great way to be. So we're in a garden shed. You groggily awake from your hibernation to the deafening sound of your alarm clock. Better switch it off quick before it attracts attention. You can see a bed containing Jessica, a fireplace, a wardrobe, a toolbox, a mantelpiece, an alarm clock, a mirror, a stocking, a fridge, and a photo frame. You can go out. So what's kind of interesting is that this is very much so cool. This is very much so like a straight up text adventure. So like swinging from one side with a multimedia hypertext like Twine game to a straight text adventure is super, super interesting to me. I will fully admit I've found a walkthrough. Doesn't seem like the hardest game in the world, but just in case it gets stuck. Okay. Well, let's start with all the rules. Self. A distinguished gentleman mouse named Gerald. You have light tan fur, long whiskers. I'm going to shrink this just a tad to see if we can make this a little bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. A distinguished gentleman mouse named Gerald. You have light tan fur, long whiskers, and a pink tail. You're wearing a pair of long johns and a pair of pajamas and slippers. The alarm clock is ringing. Bring, bring. Touch clock. You can't touch it. Hit clock. You can't hit it. Well, let's examine it. Well, all right. Start simple. Inventory. You're wearing a pair of long johns and a pair of pajamas and slippers. Okay. Well, it'll keep going. There we go. Let's examine the alarm clock. An old-fashioned alarm clock with 2 bells on the top. It's making a deafening ringing sound and bouncing about as it does so. I mean, ideally, you don't get stuck. Ideally, it guides you comfortably. I don't know if you were around for the Rope of Chalk stream, or actually more so the Lost Pig stream is like a perfect example of a text adventure that feels satisfying, but there is zero way to get stuck, and it's just so enjoyable. But yeah, Lost Pig is up on YouTube. I feel like I don't ever talk about this. We do have a Discord. You can find that link underneath the channel somewhere. I don't really know what Twitch looks like. But please feel free to stop by and talk about weird games. So, okay. It's got the 2 bells on the top. Can we just like touch X bells? I can't see that. Okay. We don't have anything here. We need to turn off this alarm clock. There's a fireplace, toolbox, a mantelpiece. What if we wake up the human? A mouse-sized 4-poster bed with a crib attached at the bottom, in which there is Jessica. Oh. So it's a baby mouse. Your precious daughter, Jessica. She lies soundly asleep. Her snow-white and gray-flecked fur rises and falls as she breathes. In her paw, you can see that she is gripping a note. You gently prise it from her. It's a note addressed to Santa. In Jessica's unsteady infant writing, it reads, Dear Santa, all I want for Christmas is my mommy to come home. Please, please help. Love, Jessica. A pang of hurt stabs at your chest. She went missing last summer. When it was so dry, she left the garden to try and find water. She never returned, and to add salt to the wound, the weather broke that night in a huge thunderstorm. You held Jessica all night until she eventually cried herself to sleep. Okay, what can we do with this alarm clock? Hit, tap, get clock. You pick it up. Now can we touch the clock? You can't touch it. Turn clock off. You bring your paw down on top of the alarm clock and switch it off. The sudden silence is as deafening as the alarm itself. Now you can think clearly. You remember why you set the alarm. It was so that Jessica, your daughter, could see Christmas Day for the first time. She refused to go into hibernation until you promised to wake her up. She's as stubborn as her mother, so you had to agree. It's Christmas Eve morning, so plenty of time to gather the things you will need. Light a fire, find some food, find a stocking and hang it up. Find a present to give to Jessica and some beer for yourself. Write a list on the back of a scrap of paper and put it in your pocket. We love quest tracking. as I write quest tracking down. Okay, let's read this list. Light up the fireplace, hang up Jessica's stocking on the mantelpiece, find a present for Jessica, and put it inside her stocking. Buy some beer. A veritable holiday list. I quite like that. All right, so we have a fireplace. It's a fireplace fashioned out of an old tin can with a carved wooden mantelpiece surround. There is a cylindrical metal chimney pipe which exits through a small hole in the shed wall. A cylindrical metal pipe that acts as a chimney for the fireplace. It exits through a small hole in the shed wall. Okay, fine. I'll look at the hole. A small hole in the wall of the shed through which the chimney from the fireplace exits. So this is like exactly what I mean about it being like primo text adventure as opposed to like being some kind of interactive fiction. Like, we're not getting more about the story by examining things. We're just getting, hey, this is the hole. It's the hole that we talked about. But I appreciate that it exists. So like that's I think the big difference between like, this is 2018, pretty modern. Comparing like, hey, the game that, oh my gosh, we finished making it on Monday. I've got a few little things to do. But oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Comparing it to like Witchwood, same idea. This is relatively early in someone's career. 2018 and latest publication first. Relatively early in someone's career. Take that back. This is the last game that this person, second to last game that this person made. But still, there's a lot of like parallels between what this game is like and what Witchwood is like in the current scene. And I just find it super interesting to focus on that. And to think about like the differences between what the same kind of game at two different points of time would be. Okay. Examine the wardrobe. It's a Victorian mahogany two-door mouse-sized wardrobe. Open wardrobe. You open it. It contains a smart suit and gardening clothes. Well, okay. Get suit. Get clothes. Nice. So right now we're just wearing long johns. Let's wear the suit. Cannot wear that. We're wearing a pair of pajamas and slippers. Remove pajamas. Actually, no. Who knows what we need to deal with. Let's examine the toolbox. I don't know how I feel about putting all this stuff in the first room. Like all these items to pick up, but a mouse-sized snap-on toolbox containing mouse-sized equipment. Like, are all these things really openable? Yeah. They all have multiple things in them. You open it. It contains a roll of duct tape, a bottle of firelighter fluid, and an oily rag. Well, all kinds of things. So we actually haven't looked at what we've picked up at all. So X the suit. A sharply cut black silk suit consisting of jacket, trousers, white shirt, waistcoat, black tie, and a pair of black leather brogues. The label inside the suit reads Elite Couture, handmade by P. Spider. Cute. Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, here we go. Your gardening gear, consisting of black jeans, t-shirt, woolly jumper, and a pair of rubber boots. How nice. Alright, and then X tape. Very tough plastic tape with strong adhesive. Bottle of lighter fluid, easier to carry than heavier fluid, but gives off a heady, greasy alcohol smell. Yellow rag soaked in oily polish. Well, okay. Yeah, so we need some kind of wood, I assume. Alright. Well, cool. What's the mantelpiece? I can't see that. It's because I can't spell mantle. A wooden mantelpiece surrounding the fire, a grapevine pattern is carved into it. Perfect place to hang up a stocking for Jessica, if you had a stocking and something to hang it up with. Yeah, why does my toolbox not have a hammer and nails in it? A full-length, fur mouse, floor mirror with a wooden frame. Looking into the mirror, you see a distinguished gentleman mouse named Gerald. You have light tan fur, long whiskers, and a pink tail. You're wearing a pair of long johns and a pair of pajamas and slippers. Knew that already. What else do we have? We have a stocking. We have a stocking, a fridge, and a photo frame. So X stocking. Hello? There we go. One of Jessica's knee-length stocks, knitted by her mother. It's ready to be hung up, but it looks like moths have been in the shed while you were asleep, as it now has a large hole in the foot. Well, get the stocking. You can't hang it if it's got a hole in it. And then a fridge and a photo frame. Let's look at the photo first. A gilded photo frame with a Polaroid photo of your family, your daughter Jessica, your wife Gemma, and you. It was taken last spring by your cousin Chris when he came to visit. Okay. X fridge. Your small white fridge, which is sadly devoid of beer. Is there anything else in here? X fridge again. Okay. Closed fridge. So we can't rifle through the fridge. Alright, so we can go out. We've seen everything in here. You'll catch your death of cold if you go out dressed like that. We're gardening? Oh no, wait. We have to take off. Oh, we have to take off pajamas. Wear a suit? There we go. You're at the bottom of the garden. It's cold enough that you can see your breath in the air. You can see a barbecue, a bird skull, and a garden shed. Go south, east, northeast, in, or up. So what does that say? South, east, northeast. Up. Or in. All right, let's start with northeast. The vegetable patch is really muddy. You need some appropriate footwear before you can enter. Take off suit. Wear gardening. do. So this is interesting that it's got this like slow lag to it. Does kind of bum me out. One of the things that I like about text adventures is that they're pretty quick. One of the things that I like about text adventures is that they're pretty quick. There we go. Now we go northeast. Brandishing your rubber boots, you enter the vegetable patch. You are in the vegetable patch. As you enter the vegetable patch, you hear the patio door open. You quickly hide behind the wheelbarrow. A human comes out of the house, walks over to the vegetable patch, digs a hole with the spade, and picks up a potato from the ground. They disappear back into the house, and you hear the patio door clunk shut again. As you emerge from behind the wheelbarrow, you hear a loud bang in the distance. You can see a spade, a hole, Stuart the snail, a large stone, and a wheelbarrow. You can go southeast, southeast, southwest, or northwest. Yeah, I do honestly appreciate that it wasn't like yelling at me for getting naked in the middle of the room. So, south, east, southeast, southwest, or northwest. We can see a spade, a hole, Stuart the snail, a large stone, and a wheelbarrow. Well, let's start at the beginning. The spade. I'm sure it's a human-sized spade, not a mouse-sized spade. Nothing out of the ordinary. So why bring it up? Get spade? It is far too big and heavy for you to carry. Okay, fair. What about this hole? A muddy hole that you saw the human dig. It contains a coin. Get coin. You pick it up. Examine the coin. A small silver-colored coin. Perhaps a human dropped it. It is dull and tarnished. Well, we got Stuart. You stare at the snail, but you can't make out any of its features as the author of this game hasn't worked this NPC out yet. Oh, okay. I guess. Talk to snail? I'm an NPC that hasn't been programmed yet. I hope you're having a nice time. Is it not programmed? I mean, fair? Is this the right version? Are there multiple versions? Who knows? It's kind of interesting, though. First NPC and nobody wants to talk to it? Fair, I guess. Always one of those weird things to me, I won't lie. Okay. Well, that knocked me out for a loop. Let's go back to looking. What do we have? We have a large stone and a wheelbarrow. I'm sure that we can't examine the large stone. Oh, we're still frozen. Man, this version. I mean, do I have anything else really open? No. That's wild. I want to play this. This seems sweet. Let's duplicate the tab. Maybe we're having some kind of problem. Maybe I'm having some kind of problem. There we go. Okay, so we're in the vegetable patch. Let's examine this stone. Huh. I'm having a little bit of a lag issue with this. So I'm going to close it and reopen it. So let's hang on 1 second while we handle this. Do. All right, play on. Or is it just the play text adventure that's down? Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's loading. It's kind of interesting because I figured it'd load the whole thing all at once. Yeah, it seems like maybe this is down. Let's see. I don't think I have a quest interpreter. Maybe Gargoyle's got something. All right. Well, no parser game today. Let's do one more try. This is super cute. No dice. That's unfortunate. So one of the websites that I use pretty constantly, just as a quick shout out, is plover.net, which is just look at these walkthroughs. They're beautiful walkthroughs. Tells you exactly what to do. There's so much here. Yeah. All right. Well, this is why we plan for multiple things. That's kind of unfortunate, though. Like, the game itself isn't a problem. The game itself seemed like a really good, I don't know, counterpoint to the other game. As much as I liked Fall on Your Knees. So, let's play another game. Let's play Feathery Christmas. So, Feathery Christmas is one of two games that we're going to play tonight that are Adventure-on games. Whoops, type that. So, this is a graphical text adventure platform in that, like, sort of Scum adjacent, or like what's it called, Adventure AGT maybe, the Sierra kind of early parser based text adventure. It also shares some, like, I think, design DNA with like Magnetic Scrolls Adventures. where it's got like a cool picture at the top, and then you're sacrificing parser space to have actually an image, which I think is pretty rad. So yeah, we got pretty censored there with the mouse who woke up for Christmas. But yeah, this is Feathery Christmas. And I think it's also got sound. So I'm going to turn that down. I'm going to play how am I going to play? Yes. This looks good to me. All right, so we're going to play Feathery Christmas. Nope. No. There we go. This is Santa's cellar, where you can normally find different potions to stay cheerful and full of energy. You remember having told the reindeer of these drinks' benefits, so that's probably why they've been drinking a lot. However, they don't seem full of energy. You decide to leave the cellar to get fresh air. You see a map of the village. Exits, exits. Oh, this is the old one. Hang on, let's restart. There we go. Okay. You can lower or stop the sound at any moment with sound lowest or sound off. That's fine. Type verb noun with the keyboard to advance the game. You can click some colored words to copy them or right click to choose an action. Example, X pigeon, get bread, take bread and add to your inventory. Yes. Travel northeast and west. Inventory is I. You start in easy mode. If you are a text adventure veteran, you can switch to hard mode. Less textural hints, harder puzzles. No, we stay in easy mode. See available commands at a location, type help. Okay. You see a map of the village. Exits. Exits. Christmas is coming tonight. Everyone can't wait to open presents. With this setback, how will you find a way to send all presents in time for the big day? Let's find a way to save Christmas. Try some commands. If you are stuck, type help. Okay. Well, let's X the reindeer. It seems that Santa's potions only work on Santa. The reindeer are all incapable of moving. At least they don't look too unhappy. Okay. It says get potion. These potions give strength for Christmas Day. You already had a drink earlier today, so now you should focus on delivering the presents. I guess talk to Rudolph? All the reindeer are smiling with their eyes closed, not too responsive though. Even Rudolph, who usually is unstoppable. We scroll back up. We've got good Rudolph time. Yeah, exits. 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 Down. Oh, exits. Exit. Exit. This map could probably be useful. I'm taking it. You're in Nicobar Park. You see a pigeon and a book on the floor. Pigeons love bread. Okay. Get book. You think sadly at the thought that all children will think that they were bad this year and didn't deserve a present. Take the book. Read book. Inside it says, pigeons love carrying heavy objects but need energy to do so. Well, get a pigeon. Pigeon is very high in the sky, and you cannot fly without a reindeer. I mean, facts. So we need bread to get the pigeon. North, south, west. There we go. We got a map here. All right, but there's a pigeon there. Okay, there's a pigeon everywhere. Montauk is a place where lovers like to meet. You see Larry, the leader of the pack of the pigeons. Exits north, south. I'm glad you met me in Montauk. I hope you have not come empty-handed. Talk to Larry. Can't you see we're all hungry? Okay, well, we'll come back to Larry when we have food. The path is blocked by Larry. Okay, we'll come back. Let's go south. You're in south of Nicobar Park. You see a man thinking by himself. He's smiling and admiring the scenery. Have you visited the church? It is famous for its Elcom apparatus, a mechanism that allows one person to ring all the bells. I see you don't have a ticket. Here, have one to visit, says the man. Do we now have a ticket? No, we have a ticket to visit the church. How nice. Let's keep going south. The road to the church is currently covered in snow. Someone is clearing it from afar, but you cannot access it yet. Okay, fine. West. You are in front of the bookshop and see the owner outside. Talk to the owner if you need a book. You see the bookshop owner. Well, you go north. Yeah. Talk to owner. Something in Korean, says the bookshop owner. Maybe you will need to translate to English. Translate. Oh, you don't speak Korean? Dear me. Everyone needs a Korean English dictionary in their life. You can get one by exchanging with another book. Well, exchange book. Thank you. 'Tis the season to be jolly and enlighten your spirits with this piece of literature. It will open a new world to you. You get a Korean English dictionary. Read. Dictionary. Hello. Now that you have a dictionary, you are ready to handle Korean conversations anywhere in the world. Congratulations. Talk to owner. Now that you have a dictionary, you are ready to handle Korean conversations anywhere in the world. Congratulations, says the bookshop owner. Okay. Let's go north. You're at the famous Cuckoo Cafe, where there is always a variety of pigeons on the roof. See a beautiful Art Deco bin. Oh, X bin. There is sometimes a loaf of bread inside the bin, but not currently. Okay, X roof. You see pigeons eating and flying with colorful doggy bags. It's like a very busy restaurant. Enter. Why not? You are inside the Cuckoo Cafe. There are no customers. You see a waitress from Cuckoo Cafe. She looks very tired. Talk to waitress. There is so much work. Please help me. Oh, waitress. You are helping the Cuckoo Cafe team. You are inside the Cuckoo Cafe. There are no customers. You see the Cuckoo Cafe team is grateful for your help. You got rid of all the extra bread, cookies, and croissants. But where? The store is closing. You should go outside. Hey, we got bread. All right, exit. The shop is closed. Where did the leftover bread and croissants go? X the bin. There's a perfect loaf of bread inside. Maybe someone is hungry and you should get it. Get that bread. You take the loaf of bread and order other delicacies from the bridge. Great. Let's go east. East goes back to Nicobar Park. Great. So we have the pigeon. But really, what we need to do is we need to give Larry the bread. Give bread to Larry. Larry takes the loaf of bread and says, "Let's share the bread with all my friends." After breaking the bread and distributing parts to all pigeons, they eat in silence until whomp. Coo, 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 coo. There's a fight about sharing the bread. Seems everyone did not receive the same quantity. Who didn't get any bread? Oh my gosh. It's one of these. I hate these so much. Andrew, Barbara, Charlie, Darla. Andrew, Barbara, Charlie, Darla. Charlie got bread. Darla and Barbara got bread. Charlie says he didn't get bread. Darla says Eric didn't get bread. Oh, there's Eric as well. Darla says Eric didn't get bread. Both Andrew and Darla got bread. What an awful, annoying puzzle. And I hate these puzzles so much. But I think it's Eric. Sorry, Eric was the wrong choice. It would mean only Charlie lied, but there are two liars. How would you know? Oh, because it says that. One of the pigeons did not get any bread. Two are liars. Sorry, Eric was the wrong choice. It would mean only Charlie lied. Okay, but two people are liars. So Charlie didn't get bread. That would mean only one person is a liar. Darla says Eric didn't get any bread. And that's not true. So Darla and Andrew are lying, which means that it would be Charlie. You won. Well done. Charlie is given the remaining bread, and all pigeons are now well fed. Andrew and Darla were lying. Larry said, "We will need to go to the church tower. Gather the troops there with the secret code." Okay. Before leaving, Larry said that he was going to the church tower to gather the troops with the secret code. Well, we don't need that. Goodbye. We go north. We'll only take that path once all pigeons are assembled and ready. Okay. So we need to go south and talk to Pigeon. The pigeon is very high in the sky, and you cannot fly without a reindeer. Gosh darn it. Okay. So maybe we can go south by now? Yes. You are in front of the church. You can access the tower upstairs if you enter. You see the tour guide for the church and its tower. North and enter. So we don't want to go north. We want to enter. The guide says, "Do you have an entrance ticket? Only those with a ticket can access." Give ticket to guide. Your tour guide gladly checks the ticket, gives it back to you, and says, "Agreed, let's visit the church. Please come in and don't lose the ticket." You're in front of the church. You can access the tower upstairs if you enter. Okay. Enter. You're inside the church. You remember having heard that a secret bell combination will result in all nearby pigeons being reunited at the tower. Enter ring number, example ring 0, to try calling pigeons. Huh. Talk to tourist. Translate. Tourist. Tourist laughs. Oh. You don't speak Korean? Dear me, you should have said so. I was meditating over this book. Oh, I have an English version as well. Please take it. She gives you the book. X book. Inside, it says, a pigeon can fly up to 143 kilometers per hour, just like Caballero. Okay. I dig. Well, okay. Let's go up. You're in the church's tower. You see no birds. Down. Well, ring 0? That was cute. Such a disgraceful melody could never attract any pigeon. It's said that the secret combination is a recurring number in heavenly pigeon scriptures. Okay, read book again. Ring 143. You hear lots of beautiful noises coming from upstairs. We really should go up and check if the pigeons have really come. They have. You're in the church's tower. You can see that the biggest group of pigeons you've ever seen in your entire life is gathered here. Okay, everything should go well now. We're almost done. The next stop is to continue for Montauk Beach, says Larry. We're ready when you want to go. I'd suggest now, maybe? We will gather at Montauk Beach. Join us there. Okay, fine. So we'll go down. We'll exit. Yes. Nicobar Park. Montauk is the place where lovers like to meet. You see Larry, who's ready to go north with his crowd of friends. Well, there are a lot of pigeons around. It seems everything is ready. Let's go north. Pigeons are going to give gifts to all children. They just need your help to organize the delivery. Find the shortest path to get there before Christmas. May the eastward wind push you and make you save distance. Find the shortest path to get there before Christmas. Well, the only place that we have not gone is north? Oh, God. Okay. We can restart by entering enter. Okay, cool. South. East. South. North. East. Oh, that was easy. You arrived at the end. Congratulations. You did it in the shortest time possible. You saved Christmas. Before your eyes, you see all the pigeons dispatching. Oh, you've been missing all the fun sounds. Before your eyes, you see all the pigeons dispatching the gifts before them. After a calm pause, they all start taking flight. In one instant, there are as many pigeons as stars in the sky, carrying their glittering gifts, all thanks to your optimized route. You're in front of a big Christmas tree. You see that Larry's friend Columbia safely delivered a lot of the presents. You see some kids like Robin, happily screaming, "I can't wait to play Call of Duty." With your help, The pigeons could deliver the gifts to all children. Congratulations, you won the game. Larry and his troops could deliver all presents. To thank them, you promised to come back and give them the notorious grouse drink, with some panettone and castella. Thanks to you, all kids around the world will be happy on Christmas. And that was Feathery Christmas. That was cute. I don't know if it's much other than cute, but it's cute. So that was cute. But let's play another game. I think it's time to play Santapunk. One day I'll type. So this is also a 2020 game. This is I don't even know what to expect. I believe it's another Adventuron game. Yep. It's another Adventuron game. Let's see if we can't squish it. I actually kind of like the mobile mode. So I think we're going to roll with that. There we are. I think that's good. Here's the game. Oh, nope. We're going to do full width. Sorry about that. Trying to get it in a good position. You're standing outside the target's apartment complex. Actually, what's going on? What's going on? Let's start from scratch. Okay, cool. That is where we start from scratch. Awesome. You're standing outside the target's apartment complex. It's an old building from the 20th century, retrofitted with what looks like some cheap security tech and panel. Red neon light from the surrounding host bars watch over the fading paint and rusty wall panels that adorn the building. Your Slay 500 car is parked opposite, full of counter surveillance tech. There is no one else around. The ground is littered with wet fast food wrappers from local McKinsey's you passed around the corner. So it said we could click on... Oh, okay. So if we right-click, gives us some verbs. Load and save. Very nice. All right. Yeah, let's look at the apartment. All right. X apartment. Evergreen Apartments. It's in a pretty rough neighborhood. Then again, these days, every neighborhood is pretty rough. You can never tell who might live in a place like this, but if they're getting a visit from Santa Mishima, they're not a nobody. Anyway, you should probably examine the security panel or that drone service vent you spot near the door in order to figure out how you might get into the building. All right. I was going to examine other things, but you want me to examine the panel? I'll examine the panel. You stand in front of the building's security panel, a Gen 1 YOL security card reader and service delivery call button combo, probably installed over a decade ago, before the Gen 1 YOL used to make actual locks. You don't see any cameras or turrets. Nevertheless, An ELF operator always examines their options and inventory before they take action. You can exit or take a step back from the panel. Well, all right. Let's look at our inventory. We have a security bypass device, Unikey, a standard Amazon premium delivery vest, or the package. Well, what's the package look like? It's a small gift box, something heavy inside. It's addressed for Santos L. Helpor, 14 Evergreen Apartments, Dust City. Okay. Let's look at the vest. Worn by millions of workers around Dust City, delivering goods 42 hours a day, all 4 days of the good old New Standard Week. So common, you might as well be visual noise when you wear it. So what can we do with these nouns? Okay. I think that's just scene setting. Wear vest. You wear the standard Amazon premium delivery vest. Press button. The doors open with a mechanical whir. Rolling into view on a Caterpillar tracks, a Halmac concierge bot blocks the entrance. It scans you instantly and records your presence in the building's security log. What is your purpose here? I'm here to deliver a package. You may enter Amazon Premium Delivery Person. The concierge disappears inside its docking station, goes into standby. New objective added. Delete your presence from the security log. Okay. Cool. And, oh. You are inside the apartment lobby. It is dark, except for the slight green hues cast by a couple of monitors. Sitting beside the front door, the building's Halmac concierge is powered down. It sits in standby mode, ready to activate when summoned. The floor is made of metal panels. You tread softly so as not to make a lot of noise. See an elevator and a door at the far end of the lobby. Ex-concierge. Better leave it alone so it doesn't activate and record your presence again. Ex-elevator. A newer addition to the lobby, the elevator stands out with its metallic, shiny door. There is a monitor display connected to it. You can use the elevator to get to the target's apartment. Okay. Well, X monitor. The monitor displays a directory for each apartment and the floor they're located on. They're not as sequential as you might have thought. Huh. Okay. And it's apartment 14. Oh, well, that's great. Apartment 14. Floor 6. Okay. Let's examine this door. And I love that the little avatar is moving around. That's kind of cute. An old wooden door that stands out in the lobby. It has a black plastic sign on the front that reads security. Beside the door, you see a combination lock mechanism for the door. Turns out the door isn't the only old thing here. Well, let's start. What is that thing called? Yeah. So use bypass. Use device. Use device on lock. Examine device. Okay. So it's a Klaus Mishima device designed to plug into popular 15-pin compatible security panels. It's loaded with up-to-date zero-day exploits designed to let ELF operators get into places they shouldn't. Unikeys fry after a single use, leaving virtually no evidence behind about its purpose or user. So let's look at this door again. An old wooden door that stands out in the lobby. It has a black plastic sign on the front that reads security. There's a lock. Okay, here we go. Now we got a lock. You're looking at the security room's entry lock. It's an old school mechanical pin entry system. There's no hacking this thing. Just enter the right combination of 3 buttons and hit OK. There are 5 buttons on the panel, and they're begging to be examined. You can try enter code if you want to open the door, or exit to step back. Well, examine buttons. I'm curious about the way that this is written, though, especially in comparison to the other one where it was kind of like, well, there's not too many verbs. On this, it seems like, I don't know how I feel about it being like, oh, well, like, examine this. You know, this is the verb, like an aggressive avoidance of guess the verb syndrome. Where, like, I don't know, maybe guess the verb isn't as bad as it seems. Like, you're really trying to, like, I don't know. It pulls out in a way that I don't know how I feel. It pulls out in a way that, like, you are playing a game. And one of the things that I found really, really good out of what did we first play? Out of that game that we played. Haha. It was only 30 seconds ago. The thing that I really enjoyed about Fall on Your Knees is that, like, it was, if nothing else, it felt like a story. And one where maybe your actions did or didn't, like, mechanically, but it at least felt like you were embodying a character. Where this is like you are playing a game. It's like the exact opposite. All right, you see the buttons A, B, OK, C, D. The A and D are looking particularly worn. B and C look almost new. The OK button looks almost as worn out as the A button. You can try enter code if you want to open the door, or exit to step back. Okay. The right combination of 3 buttons. Enter A, D, D. Oh, wait, A, D, OK. Enter 3 letter combinations. That didn't work. Type enter code to try again. Enter code. DDA. That didn't work. Enter code AD. Okay. That didn't work. Okay. Well, we'll come back to this. Because, like, the OK button looks almost as worn out as the A button. So, enter code. Let's try one more time. With A, oh, whoops. A, D, OK. D, A, OK. D, A, OK. Okay. Well, we're getting nowhere here. That's fine. We can come back to it. And there doesn't seem to be any issue with that. So, Examine the elevator. We can use the elevator. So I do love, like, there definitely was an aversion to using the word use as a verb. I don't know how I feel about it. Like in Witchwood, there's two times where you use a thing. One time, I don't know how I feel about it. That's the wire into the keyhole. The other time, I can't remember. Oh, it's using the card. And like again, like make me use another verb. In this case, because they don't use a button, I don't know what I mean. Yeah, use the elevator. We do want to go to floor 6. Wait, that wasn't the right floor. Oh, you're in the sparse, uninviting hallway outside the target's apartment. You see their front door beside the elevator. Red neon light invades the hallway space through a window overlooking the streets outside the apartment. It's slightly open, letting in a cool breeze. Looks like there's a cleaner bot idling in the corner. Well, let's start simple. The target's door. You're almost at your objective, and only this thing stands in your way. There are no mechanical locks on this door, just a handle and some optic scanner technology locking the door based on mecha biometrics. That's all. All right, let's examine this bot. See nothing special. No. X cleaner. Yeah, no. I'm examining my surroundings and items. A Dyson Roomba auto cleaner. This cleaner bot would normally clean on an apartment when called. But this bot looks like it's been thrown around. Its system control antenna is broken. Its optical emitter still looks intact, though. Well, let's look at the emitter. Get emitter. Get cleaner. It runs away from you. You'll have to find some way of distracting it so you can take it. It idles again, hungrily waiting to clean something up. Okay. What about this window? Bathing in that red light, you take a look at the street below. You feel melancholy about the city before you, a city that has taken a lot from you. But you're on a mission now, and Santa Mishima don't pay you to stand around and reminisce about the bad old days. No, sir. In fact, you're not getting paid for this mission at all, because you owe Santa Mishima for the augments they installed in you in order to get this job. Yeah. Oh? So I talk about this with my students actually, where if you set rules, how are you going to do that to me? Make everything, well, I guess not. Just have this like color means something. Like augments? Color means something. Why are you changing what color means? Like up here, okay, red neon light. That's red, I think, just for styling. But door, elevator, window, cleaner. Yeah, they're all green, but like, come on. Okay. Well, use elevator. Press the call button and the elevator doors open immediately. Its only destination from here is the lobby. Evergreen Apartments respects the right for privacy for its tenants and between its tenants. Okay, let's look at this elevator again. Let's look at the monitor. So 16, 14, 7, 6, 3. That's the one. So let's type in 16 and see what happens. That doesn't quite feel right. Maybe you should be totally certain before you commit to it. Who knows what could be waiting for you on the wrong floor? Oh. Can we only go to 6? Okay. Okay. So what do we have here? Can we click up here at all? No. We can look inventory in full screen. Okay. So we need to do something to distract. What inventory things do I have? I have a vest. I have the package. X package. So use elevator. We can't go anywhere but floor 6. Drop package. As you drop it, the idling cleaner bot scurries over to clean it up. You pick it back up again before the cleaner bot gets to it. It spins around in confusion. Get bot. Get cleaner. You take the Dyson Roomba auto cleaner. You turn it off. Open cleaner. Can't do that. Its optical emitter still looks intact, though. Use cleaner. You carefully put down the cleaner bot and place its optical emitter over the mechametric optical scanner beside the door. You turn the bot on, and the scanner registers its presence. You hear the door unlock and start to open. The stupid bot, with its broken system control antenna, decides that the newly opened door is in fact located beyond the window. It takes a leap. You hear a small crash as it shatters upon hitting the cold, hard reality of its actual location. You're in, and it's a mess. Bathed in the voxelated glow of the Nintendo Hollow Tree, you see a cacophony of papers, broken picture frames, shattered glass, and a spilled drink. At the end of the room, you can hear the occupant sleeping. There's nothing left except complete your mission. No, there's a tree. There's a tree. A hologram-emitted wireframe tree, once fashionable, now just plain tacky. But still, it's not like we can afford to get the real thing anymore, and only the disgustingly rich can afford a Santa Mishima Repla tree. There are no presents under the tree. Not anymore, anyway. Put package under tree. You carefully place the package underneath the Nintendo Hollow Tree at the front, where it cannot be missed. Take a look around the debris of paper and glass. Even though you've put that heavy package down, you don't feel any lighter. You might have an idea what could be going on here, or maybe you're wrong. You remind yourself, it's just a job. The client paid, and you delivered. Mission rating, rank C. Mistakes were made. A cleanup crew had to follow through after you. The body has been found in Evergreen Apartments, Dusk City. The deceased has been identified as Santos L. Helper, Helper was notable for previously being a director of the Santa Lapland Cooperative. Police Corp reports that no further investigation will occur as Helper's crime insurance does not cover non-legal fatalities. Santa Mishima CEO S. Claus announces on end to his shareholders deadlock in a decision to transition the company fully into the industrial military complex. Thanks for playing. Thank you for making it, Jim Crash. That was fun. And there's other endings for people to get to be more or less of a Santapunk. So that was that game. Well, definitely with one of the games not working, I need to take a brief break, quick streamer union break, and then I'll be back with more games, more interesting games. And I think what I'm gonna do. So we did 2018, we did 2020. What's 2 years after that? I think we're gonna stick with some games, and I think we're gonna play games from 2 years after 2020 when we come back. So we'll see what this is like. Yeah. So we will be back. Enjoy the tunes. Okay. So, what did I do? I went on Itch and I searched for interactive fiction and I searched for Christmas. So, what do we have? We are starting with what looks like a cute little, a cute little game. And it's also from 2018. It's Christmas in Dino-Town. Now, what is Dino-Town, you might ask? Well, it's this. It's a Bitsy game. And we played a Bitsy game when we were playing through the interactive fiction competition games. They are sort of Game Boy Color-esque. And, one of the things that I really enjoy about sort of the Itch interactive fiction scene is that they are blissfully not bound by really like the necessity to be super into parsers. They have different reference points for like what narrative in a game really means. So I find that super, super interesting from a like what is interactive fiction kind of question. So Bitsy is sort of let's see how wide we can get it. Sort of Game Boy-esque. As you can see, we've got like pixels and sprites, and we move around with arrow keys or WASD. Red, Ruby, what are you doing on the back deck? Nothing, Mom. So I take it that we're Ruby. Ruby feels a prick of goose flesh. We walk around. I guess we're a bunny? No, we're a dino. Ruby, were you investigating the back deck? It's spooky. Ruby's mom, Red, sighs and preens her feathers. Merry Christmas, Ruby. What's wrong, Mom? Oh, nothing's wrong. Christmas just reminds me of your grandmother. She used to make this amazing spice cake every Christmas. Can't you make it, Mom? Well, I would, but she never wrote down the recipe. I can't remember it well enough to make it myself. Well, someone must remember the recipe. I'm afraid everyone who can remember is long gone, Ruby. Huh. A cool flower up there. Anything in these pots? Nothing in these pots. Nothing there either. Okay, well, let's go out. Oh, we've got music. This is definitely a song. Okay, well, we're on a mission now. Plant? Can't do anything with the plants. So I think we're looking for somebody who can find... God, this is definitely music. There's a big Christmas tree. That's cute. What's the west? Got a nice little maze. And like these Bitsy games remind me a lot of like ZZT games. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a chiptune-esque cover. So we can't really go anywhere. That's kind of a bummer. Oh, we found a house. A giraffe tickles Ruby's feathers. I don't know how I feel about these feathery dinosaurs. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear truth. So there's another way to get in. But it's not this way. Wonder if this is going to get me beat up on DMCA. So we go this way. And that's not right either. There we go. Got a nice little Christmas tree here. Got a clock that stopped. Nothing. Oh, we have a ghost! Tara Lynn. Hey, Ruby, what you up to? I'm trying to find the recipe to my grandma's spice cake. You don't know it, do you? Before my time, I'm afraid. Okay. Sad, but fair. No. It's a nice deck. Okay, well, it's not that house. It's north of the house. Ooh, a spookier place. Ooh, all right. Spooktastic. An eerie chill creeps down Ruby's tail feathers. The radio whines eerily. Whoa, spooky. Yeah, that radio gives me the creeps. Ah! Oh, whoa! You can hear me? Are you a ghost? Yes, you can tell because my dialogue is labeled ghost. But also, my name is Francis. Nice to meet you, Francis. I'm Ruby. So, why are you in my cabin talking to my old radio, Ruby? I'm trying to find the recipe to my grandmother's spice cake so my mom can make it for Christmas. Oh, you must mean Scarlet's famous spice cake. You knew Grandma Scarlet? Yeah. Scarlet's spice cake was the highlight of the whole winter. The ginger in it really warmed you up. Ginger! That must be part of the recipe. Sure. Could I borrow your radio? Maybe there are other ghosts who can help. Me too. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Great, I gotta go. Bye, Francis. Nice meeting you. Goodbye, strange child. You now know 1/5 of the ingredients to your grandma's recipe. This is some real holiday issues. Somebody doesn't know the recipe. Well, cool. 1/5 of the way there. There's water. Wonder if there's a boat. Oh, we got another friend. Oh, I have to go up here to talk to him. Theodore, have you seen any ghosts? I'm pretty sure the woods are full of ghosts. How do I get into the woods? Well, I think there's a path across the frozen creek, but I'm too heavy to cross it. Okay. Okay. So there's a path across the creek. Can I leave? Oh, I can go this way. There's a path across the creek. Is there a ghost here? Hello? How did you find me? I have a haunted radio. I got it from Francis. Francis? What's your name? Lars. Lars, I'm trying to track down the recipe to my grandmother's scarlet spice cake. Did you know her? No. Oh, that's a bummer. I haven't heard a human voice in a century. Oh, okay. Tears well up in Ruby's eyes. I've been talking to ghosts trying to figure this out, and they've been telling me ingredients. My mom would really like to make this spice cake for Christmas, and Cinnamon? What? I mean, it's a spice cake, so cinnamon can't hurt, right? Oh, yeah, cinnamon sounds right. You now know 2 of the 5 ingredients to your grandma's recipe. Well, how pleasant, how wonderful. You probably should just help your mom make any spice cake, rather than hunting down ghosts who... I'm on a quest, okay? Lars? So this very unlicensed music is, definitely something. But, okay. We found the way to get 2 of 5. So now we're on a roll here. We know what we're doing. We have a plan. We have a cool house. I do wonder what direction we should go now, though. Maybe down? No, down's to there. What about up and over? Back to there. So we're gonna go straight south. Straight south from there is that. Why don't we talk to Ruby and see what she has to say? Mom, I've got a plan. I'm talking to some ghosts. They're going to help me figure out the recipe to Grandma's spice cake. As long as you're staying out of trouble. You got it, Mom. No trouble, only ghosts. Ruby, what have you been up to? Talking to ghosts. Ghosts? Cute. So maybe there's a way across this creek? Yeah, just like that. Does it get me very far? No, not really. But I can get there. Oh, crap, a person. A ghost. I'm looking for ghosts. What's your name? I'm Annie. Annie, I'm Ruby. Did you know any Grandma Scarlet? I'm trying to figure out how to make her famous spice cake. Wow, yeah, I knew Scarlet. We went to her house every Christmas. I miss those days. Get to occasionally see my recent searches, stuff about Infocom. Oregon Trail, which is the best one. But this is the game that I'm playing right now, which is pretty delightful. Do you remember anything about her spice cake? It was really spicy. You could clearly taste the allspice. Allspice, that's great. You've been very helpful. Now know 3 of the 5 ingredients. So just 2 more to find. Oh, you know what? I bet I need to go in there. Ooh, ice place. New music, too. Brenda, do you know where any ghosts are? Yep. Well, where can I find a ghost? Over on the cliffs by the falls. Just feels spooky over there. Okay, over on the cliffs by the falls. We're out of cocoa! I'm out of patience with your yap! My toes hurt! That means you're fine. So cold. Quit whining. So nothing else to do in here. It said go to the cliffs by the falls. That's where I was. Did you figure out the recipe yet? Working on it, Annie. Fun. So there's no way out that way. We still have 2 more to figure out. But maybe there's something back in that room. So far to walk. But I was holding down too many buttons at once. Oh, now there's something. Hello? Any ghosts in here? Oh, hello. Welcome to Boris's Mill. So, are you Boris? Yes, sorry. Things are in such bad shape right now. Actually, I think Tara Lynn has done a great job renovating the place. Just not in here yet. Who? Oh, the loud woman who lives upstairs. I guess if you like modern minimalist trash, her decorating's fine, but... Boris, I'm trying to figure out the recipe to my Grandma Scarlet's spice cake. Can you help? Oh, Scarlet. She used to get her flour from me. Her spice cake was delicious. So fragrant, with just a hint of orange zest. Orange zest? That's great. You've been a big help. Come back anytime. You now know 4 or 5 ingredients to Grandma's recipe. I bet I know where the 5th ingredient is. Where you got a weird chill before. The white is kind of hard to see. But maybe that's just evolution. Okay, is there a ghost on my back deck? Hello, Ruby. Whoa! Okay, how did you know my name? Francis told me. Whoa, ghosts talk to each other? I'm Red. Weird, that's my mom's name. Red, did you know my Grandma Scarlet? I knew her very well. I'm trying to recreate the recipe to her famous spice cake. She made it every Christmas. Can you help? Yes, I can. I know the secret ingredient. That's amazing. What is it? Love. Love? That's not a real ingredient. That's just a thing people say. I'm trying to make a real spice cake and I need to know real ingredients. This is not helpful. Well, it's true. And cardamom. Love and cardamom. Oh, you do know. Thank you. You now know 505 ingredients to your grandmom's recipe. Merry Christmas, Ruby. Merry Christmas, Ghost Red. Mom, I figured out how to make Grandma's Scarlet Spice Cake. What? Yeah, I found a bunch of ghosts to tell me. What? All we need are cinnamon, allspice, ginger, cardamom, and orange zest. Oh, and love, I guess. Wow, well, that does sound like it could be the spices she used. But that's not really a whole recipe, my chick. I need more than that to try and make it. What? But my ghost, Christmas. Thank you for trying for me, Ruby. Mom, can't we try to make the spice cake? I bet it'll turn out great, even if it's not quite like Grandma's used to be. You're right. We should make that cake. We'll give it our best shot. Really? Sometime later. Tara Lynn, wow, that cake is really good. I should learn how to make cakes like that. Maybe I could turn my downstairs room into a bakery. Oh, Tara Lynn. Merry Christmas, Brenda. Merry Christmas, Ruby. Great party. The stove is nice and toasty. Thanks, Ruby. I'm glad we made that cake together and had everyone over for Christmas. Was it as good as Grandma's cake? No. It was better. Because you helped me make it. Mom, love is the secret ingredient. It's not a real ingredient, Mom. Ruby, did you really spend all day talking to ghosts? I think so. Now I'm scared to go on the back deck. I think you'll be okay. All our ghosts are nice. Cake. I want cake. Yes! Wow, this spice cake is great. Eat all the spice cake. There we go. It's nice to get everyone together for Christmas. It is. Let's go on the back deck. Let's say hi to Grandma Red. You still there, Ghost Red? How did the cake turn out? Great. My mom says you're right. The secret ingredient is love. Well, sometimes Mom knows best. I guess. It's still not a real ingredient. Ghost Red, are you still going to live in our back deck? No, I probably have to go home now. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for your help. I couldn't have made the cake without you, or any of the ghosts. I'm glad we could help, Ruby. You take good care of your mom, okay? Okay. Merry Christmas, Ruby. Merry Christmas, Ghost Red. Merry Christmas. Well, that was Christmas in Dino-Town. It was cute. I thought it was adorable. Let's find another game. We've got a couple of games. We're just bouncing back and forth between 2018 and 2020. 2020. Let's play the Caretaker. I don't know anything about this game. I don't even know what it runs in. Let's run the tail. Oh, it runs in ink, actually. It says it. Okay. It's a tale from Uncanny Machines. So we've played a couple ink games. I think we might have played a few during IF Comp, maybe? Yeah, I'm not sure. So let's check this out. It's a tale from Uncanny Machines. Each night, a puzzle. Of course, this puzzle is an important one. This puzzle is about redemption. Your job is an important one. Let's make those a little taller. You're a caretaker. You've been doing it for only a short time. But you're not too bad. Some of these pieces are older than you, more ancient than your cracked hands. This is your home now, and you'd better get used to it. It's the 24th of December, and it is cold. Flecks of snow drift gently from the sky. Those that stuck to you during the day have turned into a thick slush. You shake them off and prepare to face the evening. Tonight, you have 6 lodgers, a few mainstays and a drifter or two. None of them are particularly happy. Your duties, as always, must be completed before daybreak. You have 11 hours. You head to the basement, room 1A, 1B, 2A, the attic, the shed. Well, we either start at the top or the bottom. Let's start in the basement. The basement stinks of mold. You always take special care when down here for fear of electric shock. As you enter, you flick the light switch. You always flick the light switch, but you're not sure why. The light hasn't come on in here since the new tenant. While she mostly keeps to herself, the new tenant has caused some trouble. The decision to move her to the basement was one you initially protested, given she can't exactly share with others, and the basement is quite a good space. However, it's given her plenty to tinker with, which seems to keep her occupied. As you step down the stairs, you feel them creak beneath you. With each step, you wonder if it's going to give way. At one point, you feel something gripping your boot. It's a cold, strong grip, like a frozen vice. You try to ignore it. It's just one of her games, surely. You tell herself that. You take a long, dry gulp, like passing stones down your throat. You love your job. Truly, you do. But sometimes there is this. Your fingers feel heavy and wet, like towels soaking in the damp air. You take a deep breath and lift your feet. Taking the last step off the stairs, you hear your shoes squelch. Your eyes quickly start adjusting to the darkness. In addition, there's a flickering green light coming from the TV set hanging precariously from a ceiling bracket. Its cables are dangling dangerously close to the wet floor. You investigate the television. The television has a strange image on it. It's as if the static is being manipulated, shaped into something else. You can make out a few faces. A woman with 2 children. The woman's hair is pitch black, sitting in a large top knot. The family look happy, but the woman's face seems to flicker in and out. You're not sure why, but the word protection rings in your ears as you stare at the image. You investigate the tenant. You scan the room a few times, eventually catching a glimmer of Hitomi's white dress, lit up by the TV screen. You begin to make out more of her shape. Her long fingers are curled into fists in both hands. Impossibly straight, long black hair covers her face. She's still, but for how long you're not sure. You speak to Hitomi. Hitomi, why is everything so damp down here? You lose track of Hitomi. She moves so quickly. You spot her again in the corner of the room, then next to you. Then you feel her behind you. Finally, she's standing beneath the television set, pointing up at it. You ask about her family. You miss your kids, right, Hitomi? She stamps towards you. Her movements are jerky, like she is leaping between moments in time. You even feel as if she moves backwards once or twice. She opens her mouth, not to speak, but as if to show you her throat. As her head rotates, you catch the roof of her mouth. It's wounded, cut, and blue. Finally, she makes a noise. A deep croak emanates, building momentum like an engine. Slowly, this croak takes on form. Stolen. You say, "All right, Hitomi, let me see if I can find what's been stolen." All right, that was 1 hour. Cool. The door blooms with dust as you turn the knob. You don't often visit room 1A, given that its lodger, Casimir, is so low maintenance. The room is rather pokey, probably the smallest in the building. You remember that it used to be the artifact room, a place for those tenants with more unconventional needs. Some didn't need a whole room to themselves, just a shelf to call home base. You thought that about Casimir too when he first arrived. In fact, it was quite perplexing to see him scurry across the floor for the first time. Of course, Casimir didn't spend all his time in the room. He simply enjoyed hiding in there, so much that it became his room, even when you'd often hear him in the middle of the night wander back to his mother's. Then, one day, there was no more mother to wander back to. Mortals are such fickle things. If all went as you expected, this would mark the 4th time in a row that you've checked in on Casimir and he hasn't so much as looked at you. But then again, today's a new day. As you step through the door, you see the layers of dust across every shelf and knickknack. It's an odd collection, broken clocks and empty picture frames. A stuffed bear and a fedora, as if the universe had sucked in anything that could be characterized as miscellaneous and left it in there. But now, where's Casimir? You try to tempt him out. After a quick look over your shoulder, you clear your throat and start to sing. Shine, shine, my stars, shine, friendly star. You are my only cherished one, another there will never be. On clear nights upon the earth, many stars shine in the sky, but you alone, my gorgeous one, shine for me. Alright, wait. Eventually, a little porcelain boy emerges from beneath the coffee table. His regal suit of felt and shoes of vinyl are a little tattered, while his cheeks sport cracks where they once had dimples. He looks at you expressionless, although from the tilt of his head you know enough. You say, "Everything all right, Casimir?" Casimir shakes his head. It swivels back and forth. He mechanically dusts himself off. Then he pats the large pocket on his jacket and fixes his gaze on you. Reaching into the pocket, you find a small locket. A picture of a woman is inside. You say, "Who is this?" Casimir stamps his feet, then hurries to the corner of the room, where he begins to rummage through a large pile of what seems to be rubbish. Broken picture frames, splintered canes, and chipped cups. Eventually, he draws out 2 objects and presents them to you. A large fork and a small teaspoon. You say, Are you after a meal or nothing? Well, will nothing move anything forward? You say nothing. Casimir places the spoon over the fork, the two locked together, with the fork framing and holding the spoon. Say, can't say I know the answer here, but I'm willing to figure it out. And with that, you reach down and pick up Casimir. He lifts his arms. You gently rest him in your satchel bag. Leave the room. Alright, what's 1B? This happens to be your least favorite room. You and Daniel Shank share something. Something that none of the other tenants do. A secret. And that secret is simply that you are not always a caretaker. This is a fact that Daniel delights in reminding you of, although you wonder if he knows how much it upsets you. Is he malicious or simply nostalgic? There's no way he sees your past relationship the same way you do. What was that saying? Never mistake for malice what could be privilege? Anyway, stepping into the room, you spy Daniel by the mirror. His body forms an inverted triangle, its corners rounded by resistance to time. His head is like an orb, precariously balancing atop his body. You swear you've seen it roll back and forth before, as if his emulation of humanity is unable to keep up with his movements. You see a single hand reaching out from the shape of Daniel and caressing the heavy, thick curtains that hang on either side of the window. There's a tenderness in how he touches them, but also a boredom. If he happened to tear them down, it wouldn't be for the first time, although last time was far too close for comfort. Daniel had taken himself off the bed, and you just happened to be doing a final round. You dread to think what would have happened if you had arrived just a few minutes earlier. Daniel's room is immaculate. An intricate filing system ensures that the vast collection of books adorning each wall is always in place. With only a single text, Lewis Carroll's Game of Logic, perched deliberately off-center on the reading chair's arm. A few wax cylinders nestled in their box, save for a crackly, faint recording of Brahms looping in the background. Between you and Daniel, however, lies the room's biggest feature, an understated basic wooden coffin. You've often wondered if the inside is quite as bland. Had Daniel updated the interior in all these years? Would he need to? You say, good night for a visitor then? A shuddering cackle rings out from the black shape that is Daniel. His other arm appears, waving and shrugging. A dramatic demonstration of apathy. One night is about the same as the next, friend, Daniel croaks, his articulation marred by his rasp. He turns his head to the side, his profile now illuminated by the moon's light. His eyes are wild and clear like whirlpools. His figure is impossible. His back arches and moves on its own accord, sometimes seeming to disobey its master completely. His shoulders never seem right, conveniently as high or as low as they need to be, as if his arms are on rails. You can't recall ever seeing his legs. Well, if you expect me to start the conversation tonight, he says, his articulation marred by his rasp, you're out of luck. You wait a moment more. Did you hear they're tearing down the old university, he says, gesturing out the window and off the horizon. I mean, they call it old, but the thing has barely had time to breathe. Over 100,000 unique individuals entered that university last year, you know. You say, how would you know that? Good eyes, I guess, and nose when fed. I made a couple of trips over, too. Checked some security footage. Nice young lad let me in. Security guard. He wants to be a lawyer, though. I tried to tell him none of my friends are retiring anytime soon, but whatever. Anyway, all of them, bar a handful, went to one particular building, the bar. You know why? Depression and bad habits? You might have a point, actually, but no, it was architecture. That gorgeous building, the massive slabs of concrete, unrelenting, unforgiving, a monolith that devours these little humans who drink away their little lives in cold concrete prisons. It's glorious, don't you think? And so contemporary. The wheels of the world grind slowly, but when you've lived as long as I have, sometimes you see something that should make them stop altogether. Daniel's hands curl into fists, and now it's all gone. The brutalist architect was a unifier, and now they want to replace it with what? An outdoor bar? Where's the artistry in that? Daniel spins on what you assume to be his feet. The moonlight screams through his body, warping as it goes. Blood of old and new, red and blue, lurches through his veins, creating twig-like patterns that sway in the light. The stare from his eyes burrows into you. Sorry, friend, he says. I'm just feeling a little bit jaded. Say, need to talk about it? My condition keeps my body young, but it doesn't let me mature either. Daniel shifts through the room, stretching his arms out as he does. You catch him holding one arm up against the moonlight, and with the other hand tracing his veins, whispering himself. Is he counting? But it's not all bad, he says, drawing a small, shiny device from his pocket. Managed to nick the old veggies later. Say, very clever. I thought so too. Daniel lets out a deep sigh. Look, I know, but I don't care for this world anymore, you see? Corporal passions have lost their luster. The only thing I'm still finding any joy in are its systems, and now they're taking those away from me, Daniel says, gesturing to the window in the half-demolished campus. Like, take this lighter. Daniel begins to smile. A small flick. He lights it, a small flame igniting, and fire. But how? What drives the system? Daniel shuts the lighter and shakes it, smiling at you. You're a little amused. Suddenly, he stops, as if his body is frozen, caught within a frame. You see it again. Counting? Each drop a hero, and each one a mystery. People think we don't age at all, you know, but we do in our own way. Our humanity is frozen, but our darkness is entropic. Daniel moves into the darkest corners of his room. There is a chaos to it. Humanity has mapped everything from the genome to the stars, but no cartographer dares to trace the journey I have been on since that night in the streets of Sebes. What becomes of me next? What form will I take? You say, won't it be exciting to find out? An adventure? I've had enough adventures, Daniel says. I just want some predictability. When your world is a storm, all you crave is a bay. You say, I'll be back with something for you then. So now I can't remember where I've been. Room 2A? Cool. The resident of room 2A, Jacko, is one of the oldest tenants. Not that you'd know it by looking at him. As you open the door, the wall of booze hits you. An absolutely rancid stench. You hear the clinking of bottles and the scratchy voice. Keep it shut, would you? No airflow, mate. Now, fully in the room, your eyes scan over the endless whiskey bottles scattered about. This is not normal. Jacko likes to drink here and there, sure, but this is excessive. Either Jacko has had a lot of guests or something is troubling him. Few half-drunk bottles sit on the dresser, while the only light source in the room, Jacko himself, is curled in the corner. Jacko is dressed in his usual attire, a crinkled slim-fit suit with a loose tie to conceal most of his skeletal form. His long fingers are curled around his knees. His head is a large pumpkin, with a bowler hat balancing on top. Tucked into his breast pocket, you see the corner of a photograph. Although no eyeballs sit in the two holes he has carved out for them, you can subtly trace where he is looking by the glow of his light, coming from somewhere deep within the pumpkin. Say, that's a lot of bottles, Jacko. Well, throw 'em out then. Isn't that your job rather than gabbing? Anyway, it's not like I'm in the right place to do that. When a little fire here goes out, I'm going to be stuck, ain't I? What's wrong with your light? Well, nothing really until there is, dig? My lighter is gone, which means if I move too fast, get a drop on it or whatever else, I'm done. No light, no vision, and no talking. Kinda makes it hard to get help at that point. Say, what happened to your lighter? Well, as you do well to know, my head isn't exactly the most permanent thing. So when my last noggin started to rot, I went out into the garden to find a suitable replacement. Managed this pumpkin, which I hate, by the way. When someone plant a bloody turnip, far sturdier. Honestly, you get me if you ever saw me with one. I'd taken a good right wallop to my turnip, my pumpkin, and even my mushroom that one time. Gotta say, turnip wins out. I'd say I wouldn't mind trying to pack choy one of these days, just for the experience, you know? Life's a long song and all that. I've always wanted to ask, is it whiskey with an E or whiskey without? Depends on what version of the story I am, I suppose. Anyway, I come back and find someone's nicked my lighter. No idea who, considering I'm, of course, one of the most well-loved tenants around here. In any case, bit out of luck without it, so till I get it back, I'm staying put. You say, what's in your pocket? Ha! You wouldn't believe it. Right. You know that Banshee, I think, the last who has the basement? I popped over there not too long ago to say my hellos and found she was coveting this thing. It's a snap of her family, I think. Anyway, I kept asking to see it and she went off her head, kept croaking about protection or something. Managed to swipe it when she wasn't looking. That's not very... Well, you must be very proud. Yeah, well, not a lot I can do about it now anyway, not without my fire. See you later, Jacko. Okay. So, we need to get him something that brings... That's like a reminder of the old times. To give the jack-o'-lantern man his fire. To give the basement dweller the picture. Doesn't quite solve the little porcelain boy. Little porcelain boy is a fork and a spoon crossed? I don't know. Let's go to the attic. You clamber up the ladder, carefully opening the latch. Moonlight and the smell of pine come tumbling down to greet you. Rising to your feet, you take a look at the bookshelf. The bookshelf is clattered and disorganized. Contemporary collections of poetry and plays with barely cracked spines sit side by side with scuffed, cracked, and disintegrating editions. Stepping up into the bookshelf, you run your hand over the top of the books. Not a single speck of dust between them. A fine evening to you, mate. Beams a voice from the writing desk, its speaker obscured by shadows. You'll forgive me for being a bit reluctant to step into the light. You've got me at a disadvantage. The speaker, Sorcha, was right. But this time of an evening, she tended to be bounding along the rooftop or already deep in the woods. She wasn't normally human, either. Nothing to worry about, Sorcha. We're both out of sorts, wouldn't you say? The light catches Sorcha's teeth and she smiles, revealing two elongated canines. Her silhouette rises from her chair and she steps into the light. Sorcha's amber hair is matted, her green eyes peering from beneath a fringe. A lit cigarette sits in her right hand between two cracked and blackened fingernails. Her arm dangles casually by her waist, the cigarette threatening to ash against her cargo pants. Sorcha adjusts the collar of her flannel shirt with her left hand. She shoots you a friendly nod and walks towards the window, her eyes gleaming as the moonlight hits them. That's a good point. I'm normally long gone by the time you make it up here, aren't I? Well, it's a good thing you're here, Sorcha says. I'm in a bit of a bind. You say, looks like a pretty big deal. You don't bloody say, Sorcha says, starting to tremble. Lost my buddy talisman. Without it, I can't change. Not really. My ancestors, if they lost it, that was it. Game over. They'd be stuck as a human. But for some reason, I can still feel its effects. My nails are turning black. My teeth are stretching. The blasted moon is still pulling on me, so it can't be far, surely. Sorcha's pacing becomes more anxious. I just need it back, yeah? I don't know where it is. I've turned this attic upside down looking for it. But please find it for me. Say, let me see what I can do. Sorcha breathes a sigh of relief. Thanks, mate, she says. In the meantime, I guess I'll finally crack into some of those books that have been piling up. Hear that Yank Poe is pretty good. Alright. Head back down from the attic. Let's go to the shed. Shed sits across the yard. Trek from the main building to that old wooden shack is pleasant. It's a nice break from your routine. Sure, the home is, well, your home. But it can be claustrophobic. Here, across the sprawling green, things are far freer. You catch glimpses of the animals dashing out of sight as you approach. You tip your hat to the garden gnomes you pass, knowing that in some way you serve a similar role. Opening the door to the shed is almost like opening a window in a submarine. Light spills into the outside, repelling the moonlight and bedazzling the nocturnal creatures. Stepping inside and hastily shutting the door, you contain the light, Once again, the shed disappears into the blackness of the yard, no more conspicuous than a tree or well, yet it contains one of the most unique tenants yet. Vivian sits up in their bed, surrounded by small fairy lights of multiple colors. The greens, reds, and blues all dance in their gray skin. Neutral territory for the lights to meet and meld. 3 TVs, all from different eras, play different shows. Their audio competing for the attention of your old ears. Vivian's full attention seems to be on the laptop that sits in her lap, which they slump over like a wilting flower, typing feverishly. Despite their complexion, you only called Vivian a gray once. It was shortly after you met them. You hadn't met an extraterrestrial before and didn't see any harm in the term. There they were, fresh-faced and beaming with excitement to explore Earth. And as soon as you dropped that word, a look of pure disappointment melted across their face. They didn't speak to you for a week. What time did you make it? Vivian beams. You say, time for my rounds. Vivian smiles, their head cranking to meet your gaze. And as always, it's a pleasure. Their head darts back down to their computer. So, I know I'm a bit late to the party, but I've just gotten around to digging into Christianity. It's funny, some of them do this tongue-speaking thing, and I'm absolutely sure I've heard that dialect before. Off one of the moons back home, I think? Anyway, that was kind of interesting, but I gotta say, the weirdest thing has to be how many different branches there are. Why is that? I mean, I know why, but surely there's a better way to sort it out. You let them talk. Anyway, phones. That's another thing. Interesting, but not surprising how much phones have impacted linguistics. Hello or ahoy hoy? You remember ahoy hoy? Never been sure how old you are. Anyway, it makes a lot of sense, really, when we consider that a phone is for communication, and so it will, of course, impact our communication. But still, isn't it interesting how a social convention can transcend the technology that birthed it? And we even see that now. Do kids even ever type LOL anymore, or do they just say it? Do they still say it? That's a bit old hat. Fair. Mind you, despite all the madness of this planet, there's some stuff I do understand. Vivian gestures towards the large display case sitting at the end of the room. It is filled with all sorts of strange paraphernalia. Bobble-headed green spacemen, mugs with flying saucers, alien brain candles, the list goes on. Sales data. Now that is something I understand. So you're enjoying your time on Earth then? Vivian shrugs. For the most part. I just wish I could see more of it, I know I need to stay in here, they say. And I know that the last visitor you had stay here is now a guest of our friends in black, thanks to their curiosity. But really, if I'm going to make anything close to a decent report back home, I need to do something more meaningful. I need to learn what it's like to be an Earthling. Precisely. Don't get me wrong, you're wonderful, but you're the only Earthling I get to talk to. Vivian thinks for a beat. Oh, that and bloody taxes. Vivian points insistently at the mountain of paperwork at the end of their bed. Numbers aren't so one-dimensional back home. When all you can really do is count, up, down, multiples, percentages, where's the fun? Jazz it up by calling things algebra or long division, but honestly, it's all about the same when you get right down to it. I mean, really, if all your numbers are good for is counting, how do you not get bored? I can't do it, so yes, I do want to do something tonight. If you can figure out what to do about my taxes and maybe bring me a visitor, that'll do. You retrieve Casimir from your bag. Carefully, you hold Casimir up to Vivian. Little boy looks at you. What do you think, Casimir? Feel like spending some time with old Vivian here? Casimir looks over at Vivian. The alien smiles at him. Casimir looks back to you and nods. Slowly, Vivian rises from their bed and steps over, placing their arms out as if in mimicry of how humans hold their young. You pass Casimir to Vivian carefully. He's a bit of a rascal, this one, you say, but all he really wants is a family. Vivian smiles, their eyes fixated on Casimir. I'm sure I can manage for one day. Vivian sets Casimir down on a large, colorful rug. They retrieve a set of figurines from the display case and join them. The alien then looks at you. Thank you, really. I know I joke, but I wanted to do a lot more with my time here than just sell cheap plastic. You can go ahead and grab those taxes if you like. You nod to Vivian, retrieve the pile of taxes, and leave. So we have the taxes. Something comforting? Maybe? Returning to the room, you see Daniel leaning against the wall, mesmerized by the movement of light through his arm. He notices your presence and quickly stands up straight. Back so soon, Gov? He says, his voice shaking with facade. Say, got something for you, Daniel. Reaching into your satchel, you draw out the thick stack of tax forms. They make a loud thwack sound as you smack them against your hand. Daniel's eyes widen inquisitively. Don't tell me you're writing your memoirs, leaving out your time in ruin, I'm guessing. You smile. How familiar are you with taxes? Daniel chuckles. You're kidding, right? Pretty sure my sire invented them. You hand the stack over to Daniel. These are Vivian's. They've had a bit of trouble, I think. Slowly, Daniel peels back the pages. A deliberate silence fills the room. With each page, Daniel turns them faster. And faster. Finally, Daniel hurls the papers into the air. Net loss, returns, contributions, deductions. He rushes towards you, his fingers like tendrils wrapping around your shoulders. You say, you're happy then? Happy? You hear a youth in Daniel's voice that has been absent for some time. You have no idea. Daniel releases you from his grip and claps. Vampire begins collecting the papers from the ground, piling them up. Oh, Vivian, they've left this for so long. But I can fix it. I can unravel this system. Daniel rises to his feet, ecstatic. Setting the papers down on his desk, he rummages in his coat, then tosses you the lighter. You fumble with it. Daniel smiles. Say hi to the veggie for me. You and I both have systems to figure out, don't we? You head out the door, saying, until next time, Daniel. So yes, room 2A. Stepping into Jacko's room, you see Jacko now sitting cross-legged on the floor, spinning a half-empty whiskey bottle on the floor. Say, I've always wondered, how do you actually drink stuff? Jacko looks up at you and chuckles. Let's just say there's a reason they call it fire water. Say, got something for you, Jacko. You pull the lighter from your pocket and present it to Jacko. The light inside him blooms, and he climbs out from his corner. You see his arms and legs unravel like blossoming weeds. As he moves towards you, the light coming from his head casts bizarre shadows across the walls, warped by the bottles around him. The smell of booze is slowly replaced with that of rotting vegetables. His head anchors down to face you, the heat of his hand beating on your face. His long fingers pluck the lighter from your hand and he lifts it up to admire it. Jacko spins on the spot and saunters around the room. Thanks for that, he says. I mean, I'm sure I could have got you to bring me some matches and it would have been all right, but, well, there's a bit more insurance with this fella. Jacko turns back to you and shows you the crucifix taped to the letter. Well, more like payback nowadays. How about you give me that picture then? Jacko reaches into his breast pocket and draws out the picture. I shouldn't have taken it. Wasn't thinking right, and I had a family once too, you know. But that was far too long ago. Guess I wanted to pretend for a minute. Alas, I didn't mean any harm, will ya? Jacko hands you the picture and slinks back into the shadows. You say, thanks, Jacko. Let's go to the basement. Present the photograph. You stretch out your arm, picture in hand. Here's your picture, you say. Your family, right? The television flicks off. You wait, feeling your eyes adjust to the darkness around you. A green glimmer emanates from the floor just in front of you. A loud, rhythmic squelching sound fills your ears, as if from between the grains of the floorboards. Hitomi rises, her entire body seemingly made from the same green light as the television signal. Her body ripples and tears with static. In a flash, she snatches the picture from your hand, but the movement isn't violent, it's precise. Like a cat pouncing on its prey. You catch a glimpse of her face between the long strands of black hair. Her eyes seem dulled to the pain you felt earlier. The sogginess begins to subside, and you watch as the bucket with the talisman drains. Hitomi clutches the picture. She takes a quick glimpse of you and offers a half smile before slinking back into the room's darkness. You pick up the talisman. You reach over to the bucket and pick up the talisman, tucking it into your pocket. All right, to the attic. You return to the attic. Sorcha sits at her writing desk, her feet pressed against the wall. Her right hand holds a lit cigarette, while the scuffed hardback book is perched in her left. Now doubt, now pain, she says, come never again, for her soul gives me sigh for sigh, and all day long shines bright and strong, a start within the sky. Sorcha tilts her head to meet your gaze. Cheery fellow. Wonder what it's like to have monsters in your head. You say, got your talisman here, Sorcha. Sorcha's eyes light up and she runs to you, snatching the talisman from your hands. I can't believe it, my talisman, she says, her voice adopting a deeper, guttural tone. Oh my goodness, I feel better already. Sorcha pauses. Thanks, mate, she says, looking at you with beaming eyes. Thank you so much. Her mouth cracks into a smile, her lips turning black. We'll see you on the roof later, aye? Her voice is barely intelligible at this point. The whites of Sorcha's eyes stain yellow. Her amber hair sprouts across her forehead and ears, working its way down her neck. Her ears start to point, moving up further her head. She slouches forward, her clothes falling to the floor as her body becomes covered in fur. The nails on her hands and feet grow into points, with her fingers bulging with muscle. She arches backwards, her mouth and nose jutting forward into his snout. Sorcha lets out a loud, satisfied howl. She dashes by you and out the window, disappearing into the moonlight. Head back down from the attic. I have 1 hour, let's head to the rooftop. Feel the moon fade. Dawn is coming and time is up. Perch on the roof. Upon the roof, you take your post. You see the silhouettes of Vivian and Casimir within the shack, playing and laughing as much as their bodies allow. You feel your skin stiffen. You drop your jaw open, revealing your menacing grin. With a little movement left in your neck, you look to the attic window. Sorcha is getting in the last of her howls, shooting you a bright smile as she morphs back to human. As your arms shift to solid stone, you manage to place them outstretched, revealing your talons. You hear Daniel rustling his papers, packing them away as he clambers excitedly into his coffin. You flap your wings once more. They freeze into stone partway through the air. Hitomi appears beside you, her hair pinned up and her face free of scars. She smiles at you with peace in her eyes. You feel your blood stop pumping, your organs and bones harden. You see the light of Jacko wandering through the veggie garden. He stops and looks at you, waving before returning to his pottery. The change finishes and your entire body turns to stone. Your vision becomes fixed and blurred before disappearing altogether. For now, it is just your mean looks to protect this place. In a final moment, you manage to crack a smile. Your job is to look after this home, and you're very good at your job. Happy holidays. Thanks for playing. Remember to take care of yourself and your loved ones, no matter where you are this year. An Edgar Allan Poe poem, Shine, Shine, My Star by Peter Bulgakov and Vladimir Chervyensky. Words by Cameron Edmond. Yeah, this was a really cool game. It definitely, so Ink does this especially because it's got this like quick pace to it that I think Twine maybe doesn't always have. I am interested and yet feel satisfied in the story that I got. You know, I'm interested in what would happen if we failed. I don't know if you can fail. And one of the things that I've found about Ink games in particular is that, like, they are, at least to the way that I would do it, they don't feel so much like a game. They feel more on that narrative side. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that was a fun little game. I don't know how it was particularly Christmas themed, but it did kind of feel Christmassy. In like the way that, you know, non-Christmassy things can be associated with Christmas, even if they're not. So I've got 2 more games. This one's supposed to be short. Let's see how short it really is. We're going to play My Dad's Santa. And sort of like my thinking for this was widen this screen just to be it. And this is also from 2020. So, yeah, my thinking for this was to have games that anybody can play. Like right now, don't need any kind of additional things. You don't need to install anything. Just stuff that we can play online to stick in sort of the holiday mood. And I'm feeling more holiday myself. I can't speak for anybody else, but I can speak for myself. Let's play this game. So this is made in Unity, so that's cool. Probably means it's got its own sound. It does. Sitting in the car with your dad. Let's crank that just a little quieter. Who just so happens to be Santa Claus. You play Flappy Reindeer on your phone. Oh, cool. I actually have to play Flappy Reindeer. It's not that hard. Do I really need to get above the best? Are you really going to make me play Flappy Bird here? Not even good Flappy Bird? Alright. 5. Yeah, geez. This is so boring. Just a few blocks till we're home. I should stop playing this. Let me get to 16. Yes. I'm running out of time to talk. I mean, can I just ignore talking? Why am I even playing this? I'm getting the feeling that maybe this isn't the point. Arg, why can't I just speak up? Let me start there. Things have been busy. So, how was reindeer school? Let's say stressful. I couldn't concentrate on school. Too busy freaking out about all the stupid stuff I'd have to do at home. Have to do? You know, I'd never, like, helping the elves clean up yet another mess that's somehow my fault. While Comet talks my ear off about being a role model. Makes linear algebra look fun. So yeah, today was real great. Well, that's Christmas for you. Ho ho ho. You're kidding, right? What's that supposed to mean? You play Flappy Reindeer on your phone. So, okay. Kids and their phones. Ho, ho, ho. You got me. So this is kind of an interesting mechanic. But I'm wondering if something's broken or I'm not doing something right. Because I'm only getting 2 conversations. Maybe I need to... Things have been pretty busy lately. I mean, just think of all the Christmas stuff we've got planned when we get home. Promise the elves I'd help them clean up a massive eggnog spill we caused without stepping on any Legos or severed Barbie heads, mind you. Kind of stressful, don't you think? Ho ho ho. Well, of course it is, son. It's Christmas. So I guess there's, like... Man, hey, remember that time we all sat around the bonfire and drank hot chocolate? Then we butchered a bunch of old Christmas carols with our gingerbread cookies in our mouth? And Vixen said something so rude that it made Mom spit hot chocolate all over the carpet? And then Donner helped her clean it up by licking it off the floor? Man, we should totally do that again. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Gross. Oh, it was so gross. And what's more, that was the year the North Pole stock market crashed and Christmas got canceled. We had to laze around like a bunch of potatoes because there was nothing to deliver. You think today is stressful? Nothing in all of creation could have had me shaking faster in my boots. And then the thought of sitting down on Christmas Eve, switching on some hackneyed holiday special from ABC, and doing jack squat like every washed up basic old mall Santa out there. Ho ho ho. I didn't get it fast enough. Forget I said anything. Play Flappy Reindeer on your phone. I mean, all this running around prepping for Christmas is really stressful, isn't it? Wouldn't it be cool to just, I don't know, relax? Hey, remember that time we all sat around the bonfire and to hot chocolate, Christmas carols, Vixen said something so rude. Oh ho ho, gross. There we go. Why so harsh? That sounds awesome. And that stuff about the stock market crashing. What's any of that got to do with you, Dad? This sounds so weird, but even though things were really difficult back then, I actually had a really good Christmas. Usually I'm too stressed on Christmas to have any fun. First of all, you start prepping for next Christmas before the current one's even started. And I'm the oldest kid, so shouldn't I be doing something too? But I can't relax because it's like everyone's just waiting for me to screw up. Past few years have been tough and people don't always get what they want. So I guess they take it out on me or something? And I love pulling the sleigh and all, but we gotta circle the entire globe. Plus, by the time we touch down, we're already scrambling to get ready for next Christmas. And inevitably, we dropped a present or 10 somewhere over Belgium. Someone's suing our butts for property damage, so we gotta sit through an entire court proceeding entirely in Dutch, not to mention the constant drama with the elves, and the death threats from 9-year-olds who didn't get enough shiny camera phones and tablet computers under their tree? Yeah, you're so busy being Santa. I'm so busy being Santa's son. We don't get any time to, I don't know, relax. As in, really relax. No one to please, no one to worry about. I miss that. I guess. I just want to spend more time together, you know? Me too, son. I'm sorry about all the pressure. I don't blame you for not wanting to bring it up. Your mother always did say I take things too personally. If I were in your shoes, I'd still be on my Facebook Apple phone or whatever it is you've got. Just pretending everything's peachy keen. But you communicate, Blitzen. That's something I've always admired about you. I never wanted you to feel obligated to help me with my silly Santa stuff. I always wished you kids at least some semblance of a non-crazy life. I'm sorry I didn't do enough to give you that. Being that fat guys with the presents is my burden to carry. No one else's. Ho ho. Burden? Whoa. I always thought you liked doing this. I do. But I also need to. Can I ask why? Well, if we're both bearing our souls here, son, then how about this? I don't exactly love our chaotic routine either. When I get out of bed in the morning, all I see is Santa Claus staring back at me. Most days I can't see anything else. Well, you're also my dad. Well, looks like we're home. Cool. Wait, did you say you and the elves caused a massive eggnog spill? Maybe? Well, when we're done cleaning that up, we can talk more. Thanks, Dad. Aw. What a cute little game. I actually really liked the Flappy Bird as the dialogue tree. That was kind of nifty. That was niftier than maybe I expected it to be. All right. Well, we've got one last game. Which I think is interesting. So this is actually, I think, the oldest game that we have played. Go figure. We're going to play Postman Apocalypse, which is maybe a little bit of a different game than we're used to playing. It is a fan game of Fallen London. These are all under the Christmas tag in itch. But it is a game from ye old 2016. Right? Right. "'Twas the night before Ratmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Well, apart from the rats, that is. Enter a username to begin your quest." So this is a Fallen London fan work, which I find kind of adorable. It is no longer the night before Ratmas, as far as days and nights work in the Neath. You awake and discover yourself in lodgings of indistinct quality. But, well, of course, they're your lodgings, after all. You're an individual of an indeterminate importance, but you're beginning to suspect that nobody actually appreciates the import of your importance or the fluency of your influence, because, well, it's been December for a whole week, and you haven't received a single Christmas card. Let's get some tunes. So we can mope harder, go outside with the intent to making a complaint, to not making a complaint, figure out what your intent is when you get there, go back to bed. Mope. You wander around the house for a while. Nothing much happens. You still receive no Christmas cards. Melancholy is increasing. So this is already kind of interesting to me in that it seems to want to be a Fallen London game. Let's see if we can't make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Let's mope some more. The sounds of scuffle, inches of thick, neathy snow are not enough to dissuade the participants of the game of knife and candle, apparently. Melancholy is still increasing. We can go back to bed, or we can sigh and go outside. Let's sigh and go outside. After sadly moping around your house 2 times, you embark on your quest to figure out why exactly you haven't received any cards whatsoever. You boldly set out on your quest to discover why you haven't received any cards. As expected, the streets outside are clogged with thick neath slough, lacquer. Some say it's the secretions of a giant crab. At the moment, though, all you care about is getting it out of the way of your door. After a few frantic minutes of shoveling, a path begins to form. And that's when your expectations encounter the unexpected. You expected to see, well, more snow, you suppose. Instead, what you see is rats. Hundreds, thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of them. It's like a great glacier has rolled across London's streets. Except the glacier is rats. Glacier rat. Postmen, postwomen, postpeople, and the occasional post-squid scarper to and fro in front of, around, and sometimes on top of the giant rat flow. Maybe one of them can help with your tragic dilemma. Dive into the fuge. Some part of you looks at a huge pile of rats and decides, I'm going to jump in those rats. Before you even have time to think further than jump, you're plunging headfirst into the furry mass. You fall and fall and fall. The pile is evidently much deeper than it seems. Attempt to speed up. No matter what you do or don't try, you eventually land bodily on a cold gray earth. Wait, not earth, rats. Oh boy. Get your bearings. Something tells you that this is a place between places, not quite the Neath, and yet not quite another place. The rat surface stretches out in all directions. You can see no landmarks in particular. A few lost souls wander, confused and alone. The sky is a particular shade of purple. No sign of the London street you were standing on just a few minutes ago. So, what do you do? Go northish. You're pretty sure you just kind of walked in a circle. With no frame of reference, it's hard to tell. Some of those rats look familiar. There's no earthly way of knowing which way you're actually going. Go east. You walk, jog, run, and hop, and do strange rolling movements. But in the end, you're still lost, totally lost, in a strange, featureless rat wasteland. West. South? South. West? Okay, what about stand around? There's not much to see here, but perhaps you can learn something. A glob of lacquer falls from the sky, turning to vapor as it hits the ground. You regret now. You regret. Ratgrat. The sky flickers and turns magenta just for a moment. Above, a winged creature like a rodent nightmare. Alright, start standing, start going. South? Just keep going south for a while. The norther you go, the darker everything gets. The sky dulls from a dim mauve to a dark violet. The rats darken to an endless plain of black. Even the air seems to be fading into darkness. Eventually, nothing is left but blackness. Absolute darkness. But just ahead of you, something even darker awaits. If you walk forward, you will never see London again. You know this for certain. But perhaps you never would have. Maybe this dark hole in reality is your only hope for survival. Maybe it'll end you entirely forever. There's only one way to find out. Enter the abyss. Taking a deep, dark breath, you step forward into the space too dark for language to describe. Fortunately, you're not killed instantly. You take another step forward. Another. Stride onwards. After some time, the darkness begins to fade. Mauveness replaces it. Not the mauve of the place between places, but a similar sort of mauveness. A color like the sky's sister. And then, suddenly, there is no darkness at all. Bright mauve sky, rolling hills, shining sun, and rats. Lots and lots of rats. Still, perhaps this place is not so bad. Perhaps you can get used to it. Maybe you should start collecting rats? You know, as a hobby? Congratulations, you have reached an ending, and you didn't lose any limbs along the way. Far off in the distance, Maureen Mountains loom. Oh. Rat Sending Simulator 2000. Interesting. I don't know anything about Story Nexus. We'll come back to that. Restart. Okay. Well, let's start this again. Let's go outside with the intent to make a complaint. A shovel. Let's attempt to find a cooperative postman. After a brief stroll, you manage to find a postman who doesn't seem too busy. He's leaning against a wall smoking a cigarette, which does not seem like a particularly strenuous activity. Time to bother an overworked public servant for your own personal gain. Demand an explanation. Well, that cigarette. On closer inspection, the postman seems to be smoking a rat's tail. Huh. A cigarette. Anyway, time for questioning. Demand an explanation. Demand an explanation. You launch into a tirade, cursing the city's postal system. You're distressed at the state of the streets, the aesthetic nightmare of the blue and gold Royal Mail uniforms, and, above all, cursing your lack of Christmas cards. The postman listens to all this and stays silent. Then, remaining silent, he tosses his cigarette over his shoulder and grabs you by the lapels. Listen, you think you have it bad? You think you have it bad? You couldn't last 5 minutes in this job. You suddenly find yourself face down in the lacquer, your mouth full of a taste like grief. In fact, I'd like to see you try. Head to the post office. They'll be glad for the help at this time of year. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never see those cards of yours. Ever. You make a vague, slushy noise. By the time you've gotten up, the postman is already gone. You aren't sure which one of you was ruder. So, what will you do? Take the advice. Head to the post office. On the outside, the Royal Mail Head Post Office is a very grand, imposing building. It's as old as the Department of Menace, apparently, and no less impressive. It really works for that royal prefix. Its walls loom high and mighty. The inside, on the other hand, is a totally different story. Rats and Christmas cards are scattered all over the room. A huge pile of letters, not far removed from the rat pile outside your house, has consumed most of the building. Somewhere, someone is screaming. Several someones, by the sound of it. A very stressed out postmaster is manning the front desk, weeping into a tepid cup of tea. Pluck up the courage to ask if the dejected postmaster about taking on some extra work. Postmaster bolts upright when you mention work, although she slumps a little when you clarify that you want Christmas cards in return. Won't be easy to get them, but if you're willing to assist, then the postmaster promises she'll get someone to at least look, or pretend to look, or before she can contradict herself any further, postmaster hands you a uniform and pushes you off towards the grand mailing list. Okay, I have a going postal quality and a gloom of Neath quality. The uniforms of the Royal Mail have changed several times over the years, like islands at Z. These days, the postmen sport a fetching, to some at least, blue and gold suit and a traditional peak cap. Of course, given the new hazards postmen run into these days, some modifications have been made. Steel underwiring for the hats, a layer of thick leather underneath the suit jacket, and a handy pouch for laudanum rations. Anyway, yes, the grand mailing list still waits. New hazards? The postmen are the unsung heroes of London, the cogs that keep the bazaar's engine ticking. Without those brave souls to ferry dining requests, correspondence chess matches, boxes full of mysterious contents, boxes full of spider or cat, strange slips of paper whose contents echo in dreams, illegal knife and candle tokens, and rats, the city would fall apart in a matter of days. Since the city was translated downwards, the average lifetime of a London postman is approximately 8 seconds. Some are stabbed by every Bravo in a 10-mile radius. Some are clawed to shreds by an angry spider or an angrier cat, and some disappear heading north or east across the wide Black Sea. Still, enough lectures on postmen. You have deliveries to make. Now, what about the sea? Some say, out there across the waves, you might find an island populated entirely by postmen, driven mad by the burden of their messages, and perhaps something else besides. They say the island is inhabited by thousands of rats, and that candles burn at the foot of grand statue all through the eternal night of the Neath. They say a statue has a crown and holds a rat aloft. They say a lot of things. Some of them might even be true. One way or another, postmen come and postmen go. but the bazaar's engine of commerce and communication never really stops. Even now, the blue and gold messengers dash across the city, trying to stop an endless tide of festivity. Others toss their satchels down wells and into snowdrifts and break for Wolfstack docks. Tramp steamer captains are making a steady wage, ferrying those postmen around, and through their tales, rumor is born. Which category will you fit in? Well, there's only one way to find out. You had thought the grand mailing list would just be a rather large chalkboard covered in addresses or something. At first glance, that's exactly what it is. At second glance, likewise. Somewhere between the fourth and fifth glances, though, something strange begins to happen to the addresses. They start to swim, squiggle, and split, resolving into patterns utterly alien to your eyes. There's something entrancing about them, though. No matter how hard you try, you can't look away. It reminds you of the blazing sigils on the flanks of the bazaar, but subtly different, like a stranger who resembles a friend from a certain angle. You're drawn out of your reverie by the postmaster clapping you on the back. Her cup of tea appears to have reignited itself. Oh yes, that's our new dispatches system. Chap from Benthic set it up for us. Said it was to test the theory? No idea what he was on about, but it's damned useful. You'll get used to it, don't worry, if you last, that is. And indeed, names and addresses already begin to form at the forefront of your mind. You grab a satchel and as many letters as you can carry and head for the door. Oh, and before you go, I thought I'd let you know. I have a few special parcels I decided it'd be better to keep off the main mailing list. You will be considered in very high esteem if you manage to succeed. And well, high esteem may get you to your cards more quickly. Worth keeping in mind. Well, off you go then. Every time you look at a letter, you know exactly where it needs to go. Unfortunately, getting around isn't all that easy with rats and lacquer clogging the streets. You do what you can. The winter postmen see many sights on their route. What will you see? Rats fight in the gutters. The dead pile up, making the huge rat flows in the city even larger. You gain one gloom of Neath. Well, trudge onwards. The ground shakes. Stone pigs! Exclaims a nearby bazaarographer. Rats. The person you just passed looked pale as snow. Hopefully they're all right. So we have now 6 glooms of Neath. And this is something that, like, I struggle with the Fallen London methodology in general. Is this like... So we talked about this in regards to choice-based games, where sometimes you don't see the stats and you're like, what am I actually doing? This is a case... Fallen London in general has this challenge where, like, you have these stats. Okay, what are they doing? What is 6 gloom of Neath? Like, what exactly am I doing here? Should I continue grinding this and trudging onwards? And I mean, getting some, like, nice randomized text, but, like, all right, I've got 10, and, like, okay, you pass the Velocipede Squad annual Christmas pub crawl, just narrowly avoiding projectiles and fists as they ride past, wobbling. Ah, here we go. So yeah, so, like, it's not even tied to being, like, 10x. It's interesting. A door with no letterbox. You knock politely. It's answered almost immediately. The house is full of sorrow spiders. A blindfolded man outstretches his hand. You hand him the letter and make a quick exit. Find some rats in your post bag with no defined owner. Well, I guess they're yours now. I now have 100 rats. So, like, as I've clicked through, this has been 14 clicks. Because I had one to begin with. And this might be the first repeat. But, alright, let me go back to the Royal Mail. Ah, Ferkung, you're back. The postmaster has a list. She checks it twice, then presents it to you with a faintly worried look in her eyes. She won't even let you go to some of these places if she thinks you aren't capable enough. Taking on these missions will raise your going postal quality. If it gets too high, you may be unable to continue. However, they do provide more gloom of Neath than standard deliveries and possibly other rewards besides. Some options may be more involved than others. Raise your gloom of Neath high enough and you may finally be able to recover your Christmas cards. So I have to recover 20 or 200? Well, how many do I get for the Royal Bath? This isn't strictly a delivery mission, more like an acquisition one, the postmaster explains. The scuttering squad have been operating out of a larder in Watchmaker's Hill for quite some time now. We're on fairly good terms with them, and we'd like you to see if you can get them to hand over a rat or glory or two. Oh yes, they're not just a mist. The scuttering squad has the biggest stash of them in London. Be careful though, as they also distribute the fakes. Do try to make sure you get a real one. And I do know I said this wasn't a delivery mission, but there are some cards for Hillock and his crew. Their mercenary companies are very popular with a certain sort. Off you go then, bring plenty of diplomatic wiles. The rats lie thick around Watchmaker's Hill. Getting to the Baronet's larder is treacherous. After a few near escapes, you finally make it to the Baronet's mansion, on the western outskirt of the hill. Knock 4 times on the door and wait. The door opens. You need to look down to spot the opener. Chief Rat Hillock stands up expectantly at you. Deliver your cards. Aha! The boys will be happy to get these. It's always good to know someone cares about you. Now, is that all? Request a rat of glory. Well, you tall folk always want something. Sven, get me an R88 on the double. An extremely large rat hands you a small waxen rat. Craftswork is extraordinary. Gain 1 rat of glory, 7 gloom of Neath, 1 going postal. Examine the rat more closely. Turn the rat over and over into your hands. It's quite the artifact, although you wonder who exactly created it. Fabricated from an LB master thief, wicked with puzzled damask, tinted with the inks of the Undernight. The Scuttering Company has been known to place its cunningest agents into a death-like sleep and disguise them as rats of glory, to smuggle them into candle collections. This is probably not a fake. Maybe. Back to the postmaster. Yeah, let's do Shuttered Palace. When you read the Shuttered Palace, you thought you'd be delivering to courtiers, servants, maybe the Duchess or the Empress's handmaid. Not so. Instead, the sigil leads you to the dark sub-basements of the palace, a labyrinthine maze of locks and dead ends. Strangely, the doors open at barely a touch. You recall the slogan emblazoned on the post office's exterior. Possibly not even septuple locked doors can save this brave messenger from their duty. After many twists and turns, you arrive at a door. Looks no different to any of the other doors you've passed, but you know that this is the place. You cautiously push your way in to find the room contains nothing more than a strange puce blob. Still, the dispatcher says this is the place. It's never wrong, after all. You gently leave a letter in the center of the room. The envelope is rimmed with gold leaf. On your way out, you feel like you can hear a whisper. Mother? This inspires an extreme quickening of pace. Yeah. Let's do Labyrinth of Tigers. Sending rats to the Tiger Keeper used to be a time-honored tradition, you know? Then one day he decided enough was enough and he just stopped accepting them. Do wonder if he'll change his mind just for ratness. Still, plenty of Christmas cards to go around either way. Do try to not get disemboweled. We're trying to run low on replacement uniforms. Not the most reassuring words to hear before you set out to meet a tiger. You sashay past the tiger prowling around the entrance. By postmaster's orders, these have to go direct. The Tiger Keeper's lair is hidden on the first coil through an empty cage. There's no letterbox, you're going to have to go in. The Tiger Keeper reclines on a chaise lounge. He has a rather nice hat. Ah, yes, the ambitious postman. What do you have for me? It's not rats, is it? You suddenly become aware of the multitude of stains all over the carpet. Perhaps you should be tactful. Hand over cards and something a little extra. The Tiger Keeper looks expectantly at you as you place the Christmas cards on a side table. When you pull the parcel of rats out of your post bag, his expression changes to one of surprise. Well, not quite surprise. Sort of expression you have when something you were expecting to happen actually happens. Ah, yes. The rats. I've missed these. Or at least that's what I would say if I actually missed them. Which I don't. Really. I suppose I'd better reward you then. The word reward is said in the tone of voice more commonly associated with murder. The tiger begins to speak in a strange, twisted language which you can neither understand nor really hear, like a warped dog whistle. Even though you can't hear them, the words stick to your mind like set concrete. You unhappily leave as the keeper's laugh rattles the whole first coil. So we gain some glooms of Neath, we gain going postal, gain unstrung rats. Now let's just keep working down this list. We seem to be unlocking the next thing pretty quickly. Not worried about going postal. The cave of the Nadir is technically extremely secret. Its location known only to a select few, but you are a postman now, and with a strange sigil burning in your mind, you can find anything. The Irigo light of the Nadir is a poisoned memory. When you escape, you remember little about what you found inside. You think you did something with a red-haired clothier who handed you a bottle of strange dark liquor, the bazaar. You can remember forgetting something, but you don't know what it was. A shade of purple. You gave a skull a card. Or did you give a card a skull? Absence. You remember handing out cards to strange forgotten sorts who no longer remember their names. Who sent the cards? You forget. The sun. What were you even talking about? Huh? What? Where are you? Some memories still cling, contextless and confusing though they are. Oh. Well, we lost some going postal. So, I mean, we are just kind of stopping at a bunch of different places. I mean, what will I do with my rat of glory? The postmaster gives you the address of a man who'd like to add the rat of glory to his collection. You'll meet him at a spacious manor with a Z-side view. The far-traveled collector invites you inside, and you chat amicably, feasting on fruits imported from far across the sea. The rat sits on the side table, glowering at the pair of you. Both of you turn to look at it when the rat of glory comes to life. A seasoned warrior of the scuttering squad pulls the wick off its head, shakes off the wax, and lunges. The far-traveled collector attempts to fight it off with an antique Kanate saber, but it snaps in half mid-swing. The assassin jabs him in the neck, rendering him unconscious immediately, and then turns to you. When you wake, some of your things have gone missing. In the warrior arts, of the assassin will linger in your dreams for many years to come. The far-traveled collector is weeping. He has lost many things. Well, you're feeling a bit dazed, but you still have work to do. Far across the wide Black Sea, Star spiders, cultists, and silk merchants coexist in almost peaceful harmony. Distant though it is, it still has ties to London, and, well, it's Christmas. Everywhere. Someone has to make the delivery, and that someone is you. The voyage east is long, and mostly uneventful, save for a close shave with a whirlpool not far from a really huge eye, which was more terrifying than your pursuer, but thankfully remained static. Fortunately, the captain is a hardened veteran, and the ship escapes mostly unscathed. Still, you contemplate how close to your end as Savior's Rocks rises on the horizon. It would have been rather ignominious to die in the process of delivering to spiders. Ship docks, you disembark. You've heard that Savior's Rocks is predominantly dull and gray, the color of spider webs and lost hopes. What you see is entirely the opposite. A riot of color, music, dancing. Something tells you that it's the sort of festivity that can only be born from endless misery and toil. Still, you resolve to enjoy yourself while you can. It's not often you accidentally discover a dour journey has transformed into a riotous party. Your deliveries of Christmas cards barely raise spirits at all. Unsurprising, if they were any higher, they'd be through the roof. But they cheer for you regardless. There's wine and fish aplenty for you here. Oh cool, we lost some going postal. Hey, wait, where are you? This isn't the festival anymore. Oh dear. You get the distinct impression you've had altogether too much to drink. Fumble. Tangles of webs cloud your vision, snag your feet. In the dark, spiders' eyes glow. Mercifully, they do not strike, yet. You remain totally, utterly lost. Fumble onwards. Fumble onwards. A clearing at last. You pant and gasp, trying to catch your breath. Oh dear. A huge webbed figure stands before you, towering overhead. You stare. Thousands of eyes stare back. You almost say they look bemused. A voice. Do you have something for us? Yes, take these Christmas cards. You toss your satchel forward, praying that its gaudy contents will at least buy you favor. Hundreds of spiders swarm over it, dragging the contents every which way, tearing open envelopes before your very eyes. Cards, shining rectangles of festive joy, not all of which are genuine bizarrine articles. Some envelopes contain nothing but rats. These are devoured in the blink of an eye, leaving only pitiful skeletons and paper wrappings. Yes. This'll be satisfactory. Our emissary will show you the way. Goodbye, and Merry Christmas. Chittering, the sound of arachnid merriment. You've never seen sorrow spiders look so joyous, except possibly when they found an eyeball. A blindfolded man, flanked by spiders, leads you outside back to your ship. The festival is winding down now, but you manage to grab a few bottles of moral waste lying unseen by a crate. When the captain asks where you went, you merely shudder. You got more going postal. The voyage back is peaceful. The crew cheered by the fact that not all of them have been eaten by spiders. You think you catch a few glimpses of the dread Octomarian in the Tree of Ages, but it's probably nothing. It's probably a myth anyway. Nothing sturdier than a gilliflower ever attacks your ship, but time at Z is hell on the nerves even when nothing happens. You learn a few things from shipboard chatter. Wolfstack docks. Breathe deep. After so much Z air, the smogs of London are a welcome change. Yawn, then head back to the postmaster. So I wonder how many I'm going to get for Flute Street. The calamari-faced rubbery men are, as a rule, considered 7th-class citizens. Although they're near universally discriminated against, they have staunch defenders in many high places, as well as several quiet appreciators in many more slightly lower places. The location of Flute Street is widely debated. Some argue that it's an urban myth created entirely of whole cloth. Presumably, those people think rubbery men sleep upside down, hanging from the roof. Do rubbery men even sleep? Possibly you're about to find out. As a postman, you have no need for geographical debate, wide or otherwise. Set stock in your postal intuitions and in the blazing symbol which still lingers in your mind. Onwards and downwards. The path of Flute Street consists mostly of miles of deeply sloped darkness, lit only by a solitary candle. Your solitary candle, as it happens. It's a pretty big candle. Occasionally, you see suspicious shapes dance in the shadows. Possibly, there was a slug. Aha! Amber light, just ahead. You must be almost there. Suddenly, you're stopped by a pair of rubbery gatekeepers. Keepers of something, anyway. They have a keepersy look. They demand, well, something that sounds more like a wet mop being shaken violently as far as you can make out. The fact that you are unable to present whatever they're flailing about seems to be a source of great distress. Gain 2 going postal. Present a present? You grab 2 random letters from your satchel, shoving them towards the 2 baffled rubberies. Maybe, by some coincidence, they're even the right cards. Without anyone involved can even tell. The flopping noises change timbre. Now they're more akin to a wet glove oscillating wildly. You take a few experimental steps forward. They do not attempt to stop you, or even try to do anything at all. You leave them staring in abject confusion at your gift of paper rectangles. The reaction you get from the other rubberies is roughly identical. Perplexed stares, a noise like a horsepipe caught in a drain, more perplexed stares. You feel like you've done some good, somehow. As you prepare to leave, a rubbery flops towards you, flooping in anguish. It makes wild, wobbly gestures, practically falling over itself and trying to make you look over there. It was trying to nudge you towards those pools over there. Some manner of rubbering bathing area? You hand the rubbery a card by way of thanks and set off towards the water. Oh, well, these aren't baths at all. In each of the pools, an enormous spiked creature rolls and tumbles, squirting vast amounts of ink into the water. The rubbery you met earlier squamishly makes its way towards you, brandishing its card. With a flourish, it tosses the letter into one of the pools. Almost immediately, the creature within stops thrashing and settles back into place. Is that a fluke or what? The rubbery gestures at you, the pools, at you again. You raise an eyebrow. It raises its tentacles and makes it sound like a distressed whirlpool. It attempts to snatch your satchel, but its legs get tangled, and it collapses in a heap in front of you. The rubbery stares pitifully up at you, burbling quietly. You think you know what it wants now. You're not sure who wrote these cards. They have a suspiciously slimy feel to them and a slight scent of lemon. Whatever their source is, the calming effect they have on the pool creatures is remarkable. In no time at all, the pools are calm once more. Soggy envelopes bob gently beneath the spiny things, but otherwise, all is still. Job done. You're prepared to make your way all the way back up to the snowy streets of London, but your rubbery antagonist catches you by the leg. The journey upwards is much harder, and your candle is much dimmer. You do what you can to keep it burning. Fortunately, it never entirely goes out. The uphill march gives you time to ruminate on your trip below. The lights and sounds of London seem impossibly intense when you finally reach the surface. Still, you have a job to do. The walls of the Royal Mail say so. So we need nine more. Just going to do the usual rounds for a little bit here. And this is honestly how I've played Fallen London at times. Oops. We just chill and... Ooh, I got a Christmas card. So when it's like this, it's kind of... Yeah, I need to get... I think I'm just gonna do the boring thing here. And click our way through. Cool, found another Christmas card. So that's great. But yeah, there's a ton here, which I find really nice. I mean, an obscure object. And a ton of unstrung rats. But I don't know. I don't find this game loop particularly engaging. But I also don't find Fallen London's game loop particularly engaging. I like it, but it's not necessarily like my vibe. Reminds me a lot of like CGI games from the early internet. But in doing that, we have 4. Count them 4. Hey, my Christmas cards, at long last. The mail pile you once thought insurmountably large has decreased in size dramatically over the course of the day. Your cards have been separated out now. They lie on the postmaster's desk. The postmaster herself has some words for you. Well, here we are. Your cards, as promised. Frankly, given the ludicrous amount of effort you put out, they seem kind of minuscule in comparison. But, well, you did ask. Your service has been a credit to the indomitable spirit of London. If you want to keep the job, then, well, I can't imagine anyone would protest. Anyway, your cards. Your cards, at long last. Let's see. This card is unusual, colored magenta and master blood. There is a design featuring prominent elements of a platinum ship. Inside that card, you find another card. Hey, is this thing on, Ferkung? Hope you had a good Christmas. Hope your unzombies are hidden. Have a stab-free season, the cheesemonger. Gained 1 Christmas card. Lost 10 Gloom of Neath. You stand at the crossroads of fate. Sign up for a long-term postal employment contract. The postmaster is more than happy to sign you up for a long-term employment contract. You spend many years working for the Royal Mail, burning through the days in kind of a happy tedium. Of course, most people wouldn't consider your daily tasks tedious. Regular trips to the far edges of the Neath, Irem, King Eater's Castle, the Chilinate, deep into the Elder Continent. Many would consider visiting these places a kind of drawn-out suicide. But for you, they're just places where you go to do a thing. Nothing shall stay you from your duty. When you're appointed postmaster after less than a decade, it hardly comes as a surprise. Under your watchful eye, treaties are delivered, deals are brokered, materials and supplies arrive unharmed. Nothing shall stay your messages from their duties either. Of this you are certain. This is an ending. Perhaps not the best ending, but a pretty good ending. You've changed the face of the Neath forever in your own way. And what else is the Christmas season than changing the face of the Neath forever in our own way? I think that that's a great way to end our Christmas dive into games and who knows what else. This was fun. Definitely happy Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays to everyone. All of that very fun stuff. Got so many choices tonight. So, this was Text Adventure Tuesday. We have Full Motion Video Friday. Every Friday. This Friday, we're going to at least play around with Privateer 2. It's got a lot of full motion video. It's also one of my favorite genres ever, which is a space trading sim. Next Monday, we are done with Inform. That was a super cool project. I'm going to finish stuff up as soon as I can. And then, yeah, I'll post it live. We have a YouTube. If you want a different place to watch some highlights from the Twitch broadcast that we do, we have a Discord. Come say hi in the Discord. It's a Discord. It's got Discordy things in it. Usually just me ranting about whatever I was researching. But definitely stop by if you want to talk about interactive fiction, narrative games, FMV games, whatever games that you're playing this week.